Here on a Friday. Richie, first, thanks for stepping in and filling in for one Cecil Lammy. Two, I don't know how you feel when you hear the sha-la-la-la-la, but I've had a bit of a rough morning. I'm really angry at how the world works when you're trying to plan a wedding, and that really gets me going. It brings me right back.
I was going to say, I did a little shimmy while I was leading up to it, and the record scratch, because I know I've heard it so many times now, I know when the record scratch is coming, and it just hits.
It's
nice. Friday, man.
It's Friday. We've done it. We've all made it through another work week. Thank you, Mr. Kistner. And we're here to get you set for the busy weekend that will be. We're hoping, please don't tell me you've been holding your breath, but we're hoping we'll get some Broncos news to talk about throughout the day today. If not, we're going to reset some of the things that we've discussed this week and look at potential free agents that are out there right now.
Apparently, it's Friday for Kevin Kistner, too.
Yeah, that's right, Kev. That's all right. We can get through it. It was a double dip last night, Richie. Let's start with the Nuggets, because what they were able to accomplish in that fourth and final quarter, look, I might be able to make the argument. I'll go back to a Christmas night game against Minnesota. And then this game last night, I know it's not Wemby out there, but neither was Aaron Gordon, neither is Payton Watson. The fact that they found a way, fought back in that fourth quarter, and took a victory from the San Antonio. That's what it was. They took a victory from the San Antonio Spurs. I am impressed with this version of the Nuggets right now.
Brother, that team was flatlining. They were left for dead. You're down 20 in the first half. You get boat raced in the first quarter where your shooting is awful. They're running you up and down the gym because they know you just played the night before.
Yep.
You had a 2.7 win probability percentage.
Wow, I didn't even realize that.
Shout out, Jake Shapiro pointed that out on social media last night when I was tracking things. You had a less than 3% chance of winning that game, and it was still the first half.
Damn.
And you found a way to dig yourself out of it, and it came primarily because of your bread and butter. Mm-hmm. Your boys, Jokic and Jamal, were able to get you out of that. But it wasn't just them, because there were some really sneakily good contributions from guys that we have not seen enough of this season, primarily CB and Cam Johnson, who has there been a happier 3-game stretch for Cam Johnson this season than what he's experienced the last handful of games?
I mean, honestly, to your point, the 3-game stretch that he's on, he's had about 4 good games before that.
Yeah.
And now we're almost to that. He hits a 3 in the fourth quarter and then a little midi in the fourth quarter that is just, if he doesn't hit those shots, they don't win this basketball game.
No, 100%. And then Spencer Jones playing well.
He had 12 points in the fourth quarter.
Exactly. And you know what? People want to say, and I've seen it on the RamosLaw.com text line already this morning, 303-713-1043. Any victory over a team without their best player is meaningless. Shove it.
Oh, that's dumb.
I don't give a you-know-what that Victor Wembanyama didn't play. Aaron Gordon didn't play. He's their best defender.
Peyton Watson wasn't playing.
Exactly. So, and you know what? Even without Victor Wembanyama, that's a Nuggets team that still found themselves down 20 in the first half and systematically clawed and fought their way back and had 2 of their best consecutive quarters maybe that they've had all season.
Yeah, 100%. That's a big win. That's not a, write it off type of win. The way they're playing basketball, the way we're seeing Cam, and I love that you're throwing Christian into that, Richie, because he certainly deserves a little bit of love for defensive effort and then still having some confidence. It wasn't falling the way it was the night before last night, but having that confidence to pull. Dude, they scored 83 points in the second half against the league's third best defense. And I know the alien's not out there to block all those shots, but they're a great defensive team. They turned it on. They wanted it. They let Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray do the heavy lifting. But it was, you know why it's so refreshing to me? Is because you said it. It was Joker and Jamal led. But more often than not, and way too many times, you'll see those guys start to cook and then 3 other dudes just be pedestrians and observers of what's going on. Nobody was doing that last night.
And I promise you, there's going to be moments in the postseason, regardless of whether the seeding shakes out. And I had some thoughts with Will Peterson and Mark Schlereth yesterday morning that I actually wanted to run by you today that we can get into later. But it's easier, in my opinion, to do what the Nuggets did to hold on and blow out the Rockets the way they did. Because when you got a team down 40, a lot of them will just roll over and live to fight another day, and you just kind of concede and you move on. The Nuggets were trending that way in the first half, and they dug themselves out of it. And I'll give Stink credit for what he said yesterday. Okay, yeah, you blew the Rockets out, and that's great, but it wasn't that long ago you were on the receiving end of an ass-kicking by the New York Knicks that looked awful similar. In fact, it was almost like a direct score reversal.
Yeah, it was.
So Schlereth yesterday went to bat and said, if I'm David Adelman, I'm walking into the locker room and saying, hey, almost like Herb Brooks-esque in Miracle, being like, hey, I know we're going to land in Houston at 3:30 in the morning.
Right.
Screw it.
Yeah.
I know we're on the second night of a back-to-back. I know Aaron Gordon's not playing. I know we just blew these guys out and we feel pretty good. Go out there and do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Prove that it's not a fluke. Prove that you still have that championship mettle and that grit inside of you to be able to overcome adversity the way they have. And I'll be damned if they didn't do exactly that.
That's right. That's right. I will say this, and now I'm not saying Mark, but he is the ex-athlete guy that maybe does. I hate it, and I heard it on the broadcast way too many times last night. Well, they got in at 3:30 in the morning. I don't give a damn about that. They're professional athletes. Are they tired? Yes. Is it a part of the job? Yes. Does Adam Silver need to stretch this season out and get rid of the nonsense that comes with these 4-7, 5-8 type of situations? Absolutely. But Richie, you know this show. We're a show of the people. You know how many folks are out there grinding, busting their ass, working till midnight, then getting up at 5 a.m. to make a little breakfast for Johnny and Susie and taking their butts to school, then getting to the next job?
Exactly.
So I don't want to hear that about the athletes being tired. If you're tired, go work at Target. They're always hiring.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it to me, this win, regardless of whether Victor Wembanyama played or not, this to me told me just as much, if not more, than what I learned about them against the Rockets. And I think what we learned beyond just Jokic and Murray, who had unbelievable games and looked like the two-man game that helped them win their first title in franchise history, Cam Johnson feels like, and I'm hesitant to say it because I don't want to get in front of it,
all right,
he feels like he's coming into form as much as he has during any stretch consecutively this season. The confidence feels like it's starting to bud.
It's not just like he's making the shots. Yesterday we came up with, I said the number for Cam is 8 to 10 shots.
Yeah.
That gets him going. It's a little bit of grace of like you miss a couple, you're not just hesitant to stop shooting altogether. 8 to 10 shots is what Cam needs to be comfortable. I got that number because in Brooklyn the year before, he had 10 or more shots in 53 games, and he was the stud. Mm-hmm. He's only done that 13 times in a Nuggets uniform. So just get comfortable. But to what your point is there, he took 8 shots last night. He looks
happy.
Like he belongs, and he's happy. He doesn't look like there's 4 dudes and a guy just kind of standing around anymore. He looks like he's a part of the equation.
You saw it for consecutive games now with Cam Johnson and with Christian Brown, frankly. No hesitation in those shots. When CB pulled up against the Rockets from 30 feet at the end of the half, when he could have easily taken another 5 feet inside for a higher percentage shot, he's like, no, I don't need it. That's a Jamal Murray-esque move. And Jamal, just like he was against Houston, when Jamal's shot falls, I'll say it until I'm out of breath, Jamal gets a lot of flack in this town and has over the years. You've certainly been on the giving end of it.
No doubt.
And there's been justifiable reason with the inconsistencies and some of the off-field attitude and the approach and the health and the fitness level.
Blackhawk.
Exactly, all that stuff. But I'll be damned if Jamal Murray isn't one of the most fun, electric basketball players to watch. When he's on and his shots falling, there's very few that are like it. And that's what you got with a 30-point second half from him last night.
I said it after the Houston game. When you get Cam and Christian like that, they can beat anybody in the world. When Jamal and Joker are engaged with that energy that you're talking about, there's no better duo in the entire NBA. And they're right here in the Mile High City.
What a night, man. What a night.
Yeah, it was outstanding. Tribe Roll Call. We always want to give you guys a little bit of love. If you're new, hey, how you doing? Tribe is you plus us, and Tribe Roll Call is who are you, where are you, and what you're doing for a buck out there today. Want to hear from you all show long on the RamosLaw.com text line. Send that info so we can give you and your company a little shout out on the show at 303-713-1043. You can also do it over on the YouTube page. Richie, that'll be your responsibility today.
I'm on it already.
To check out what's going on our Denver Sports YouTube page and that Dover and Cecil stream. Get in there. Tell us how you're feeling about what you watched last night. Bo is first in. Tri-member Bo from Denver, ready to rock with my boys while I deliver a car to a customer in Cheyenne for Carvana. I always like that Carvana.
The car
Just
vending
show up
machine.
At your crib. Yeah, that's nice.
You drive by it on the highway, it's like, I want that one.
My buddy Dave has a small business. Shout out to Dave Egloff and Christian Mechanic. And he's always buying vans off of Carvana. And that's what it is. He's like, yeah, dude, I just pull up to wherever I need them to be, drop my ride off, I fill it full of tools, and my guy's out on their way. So Carvana, that's always something I've wanted to use. I think I want to buy my next vehicle off of Carvana just so it can show up at the house. All right, let's get into it. Like I said, keep the text coming. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Let us give you a little love on a Friday edition of the show. Richie said it. It was a great night. I wanted the Avs to send a message last night, and they did exactly that. What does that big win and Marty's 30th goal mean for this team moving forward? We'll tell you coming up next.
Could another former favorite of Sean Payton be a trade option in the Broncos running back room?
If I'm the Denver Broncos and I need a security blanket, an insurance running back, because that's what you're going for now, unless you're going for a younger one that you're going to pay money to, that's why you're trading him. I'm going for Alvin Kamara because he's been a part of this system.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Colorado families, planning your next getaway just got easier. Explore real RVs, compare bunks, kitchens, storage, and layouts all in one place. The Great American RV Show, March 12th through the 14th at the Colorado Convention Center. Tickets just $12 online at greatamericanrv.show. Family adventures start here.
You live in Colorado, you love those mountain views. Well, you want to maximize your window space, your glass space, and you could do that with custom windows at windownation.com. Windownation.com, they're there for you with over 1,500 styles and colors to choose from. And in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles right now at windownation.com. You can go out there, get your windows done, and enjoy that beautiful Colorado scenery. It's windownation.com. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You've been sharing your wish for happiness. You've learned that life offers different pathways. But what if your pathway is filled with fire? This is Glenn Jameron, Chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Let's be frank, life isn't always happy. You can feel real pain, real fire, like the loss of a loved one. But know this, fire can change you for the better. Just like iron must go through fire to become steel, so it is with each of us. Look back over your life. You may discover that the most painful things gave you new empathy, new perspective, and a new realization of how precious life is. You have countless pathways ahead. Some bring pain, others happiness. It's what you do afterwards that counts. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and
here as well. We got to talk about what went on in Seattle last night with the Avs while you guys continue to hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line and over on YouTube for a little tribe roll call. But the Avs, they get it done, man. I said it to Cecil yesterday. One, I just don't like Seattle fans. You boo the nicest guy in hockey. It makes me want to ask you what the capital of Thailand is. I just don't like Seattle fans, especially the hockey version of them. So Supersonics fans were all right until they turned into Thunder fans, and now they're the worst. But I asked for a beatdown. I said, hey, go in there and show this hockey club that they don't belong on the same sheet of ice with you. Show them that if this is going to be a first-round matchup, buckle up, boys. It's going to be a real long 6-7 days for you while we sweep your ass 4-0. And guess what they did? Exactly that. Went in and dominated from the jump. Scott Wedgwood continues to be outstanding, who we can talk about because I'm starting to even lean a little bit more towards Wedgie than over one Mackenzie Blackwood. But this Marty-Nate Nas combination, I mean, that first goal that got Marty to 30, it doesn't get much better, Richie. The puck's behind the goal. Nas settles it down, then finds Nate, and Nate made the best pass. I mean, it doesn't get any perfect than what Nate did for Marty to bury it for goal number 30. That trio, Scott Wedgwood between the pipes, this team's getting back to form, man.
I'm not even underrating Nicholas Waugh getting in on the scoring action. You're having the new guys. Kadri gets an assist in his first game back. Now he gets a goal in this game, and it was a pretty one at that. And, yeah, do you think Nathan McKinnon came out with a little bit of hair on fire after all the shenanigans with his suspension or his major and his, unsportsmanlike and all that being lifted? Do you think he had a little bit of an axe to grind going into this game that looks like 4 points?
Yeah.
All of which came on like in consecutive goals for the Avs? No, it was, listen, we had a conversation earlier this week here at the station, and it was based on something Greg Wyshynski wrote. That was like the, overreaction or not an overreaction type of thing. And the overreaction was the Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup. That was the premise, right?
Okay.
Yes or no. And it's because they're now the betting favorite by a good margin to win the Stanley Cup post-trade deadline. And obviously Wyshynski was like, hey, that's not an overreaction. And I'm like, yeah, no, you know what, Sherlock?
Yeah, they've been the favorite since August.
It's not an overreaction. It's the damn expectation. Mm-hmm. It was the expectation before the start of the season. It was the expectation from our vantage point when they went on one of the hottest starts to a season in franchise and NHL history. It was the expectation at the point in the season where they brought back Nazem Kadri, brought a dog back into the doghouse from their cup team, all without having to sacrifice Val Nichushkin or Ross Colton. Also adding Nicholas Waugh and some depth defensemen to kind of round out their roster. And it's damn sure the expectation when we're watching them at the Olympic break, every single member of the Avalanche is the best player on their friggin' Olympic team.
Yep.
And the gold medal game was basically a glorified Avalanche scrimmage. And it's the expectation I have sitting across from you right now at 10:20 in the morning. It's absolutely the expectation. And what we saw last night is a team that I think knows it, believes it, and is going to show it as this season winds down.
It's just that extra juice from guys like Waugh and Nazem Kadri specifically, because Nas is going to get much ice time with those top dogs. But it's after that Marty goal. Again, the smiles, like the refreshing look on Nathan McKinnon's face, which has eluded him for, well, if he's not raising Lord Stanley or getting a heart, he doesn't really look like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
But just the fact that he knows, like, he still has to be Nathan McKinnon, but he doesn't have to be the Superman version of Nathan McKinnon, and it takes a little bit off his plate, and he gets to go, okay, I don't have to freak out every time I'm out there and play a perfect brand of hockey because I know there's some horses, dogs, as you said, behind me that can get it done. And when Nate gets to take a deep breath, imagine what that does for the rest of the guys in the locker room.
Yeah, and listen, I felt good about the fact that they converted on the power play. It was great. Gave up a shorty, which I didn't love.
12th of the year, dude.
Yeah, gave up a shorty, which I didn't love, but they were able to convert on a power play opportunity. And yeah, man, listen, they should have won that game, in my opinion, and you can debate, and we can go back and forth on the varying degrees of how emphatically they should have done it, because sometimes it doesn't always shake out that way. Listen, the Seattle Kraken had no business beating the Avs the year they beat him and sent him home in the playoffs with the whole Val Nichushkin thing, and they did. I was so happy with the collective game that the Avalanche played, and if I was to single out one player, like I did earlier this morning, man, there was a lot of hand-wringing and outright anger in some degrees after the Mikko Rantanen trade, with Marty Necas being the crown centerpiece that came back from Carolina. Well, we're fast forward to right now. Marty Necas is playing like a top, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'll go so far as to say he's playing like a top 10, maybe, and he's not 10 player in the entire National Hockey League right now. And it's been going that way really since the Olympics, where he was a killer for Czechia. And his post-Olympic break run that he's on, I think he's like close to 20 points post-Olympic break between goals and assists. He is on fire right now, and I know that there was some criticism of him in the Dallas Stars series in the postseason, and that was the narrative that you started hearing Hurricane fans chirp that postseason Marty's not regular season Marty.
Yeah.
Well, we're fixing to find out this postseason, because I think we're going to get a different Marty Necas than what we've seen up to this point.
I mean, his 30th goal, which is something he's never done.
Career high.
83 points a year ago, and that's half and half Hurricanes, half Colorado. He's certainly going to get by that number at 79 right now, and a couple of handfuls of games left to go. Look, you get the bump, the inflation bump coming to play on this Colorado Avalanche line, but Richie, the fact that he's 27 years old, he's locked up for a very long time. It looks like he's found his footing with this Colorado Avalanche team. Now, I will say this. When the lights are the brightest, he'll still be put under a microscope until he does show us that he can actually perform in the postseason.
And I think that's fair for the record.
Yeah, and look, I have confidence that he's going to do it this time around based off of what I've seen all year.
Yeah, no, I think that bringing back Nas, having a guy, they have so much center depth right now, Josh. It's crazy. And I actually love the flexibility that they're going to be able to utilize, especially when Lecky and everybody comes back and is healthy, that you're going to be able to play some of these guys like Nas or even Waugh to a certain degree out at wing, mix around your different combinations. Yeah. Maybe that trickles over into the power play. You never know. I love that it feels like the Avalanche war chest is as full as it's been since they won the Cup.
Yeah.
Because this, to me, feels like the most Cup or bust year in almost a half decade of Cup or bust years, in my opinion, since they won it.
Well, it feels like someone's getting fired if it's not Cup time right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we've ever been that close to like bust version.
Up to this point, busting has just meant going back to the ATM and reloading with more money.
Yeah, right.
This time it might actually mean you got to leave the casino.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's always the worst feeling. Head down. You're like, I guess I'm just going to go to the hotel room for the next 3 days.
Yep. Been there.
We've all been there. All right, how about we give our first chance for someone to win our Superfan Send-Off contest? Our first name today is Manuel Medina. Manuel Medina, we're looking for you. You could be heading to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. If you call us back in 10 minutes, your name goes into the drawing for the Superfan Send-Off grand prize. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 on a Visa gift card. Manuel Medina, you are on the clock. Call us back right now at 303-713-1043 to get in on the Super Fan Send-Off. All right, I'm seeing some great Tribe roll call text. Cody and Parker, we're going to talk about what you got going on today coming up here in just a second, because that sounds outstanding. In the meantime, I want to ask Richie a question, I want to answer it, and I want to get the Tribe involved. With the lack of moves, like zero, what have we learned this week about the Denver Broncos? What did we learn about their future plans and where our expectations should be? We'll tell you coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
Score big, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori.
March 17th through Saturday, March 21st.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Come see the latest from Takori and the best diamond prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles fresh from California.
Plus, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995. Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 24 months financing, interest free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with special guest Takori, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, your official Takori store.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Spring Sale and get 35% off paints and stains March 13th through the 23rd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You are listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Doesn't it just make you want to swing your hips?
Latin music is such a vibe. Like, if I don't care what anybody says, there's never been a Latin kind of pop hit or song that doesn't just make you almost like body roll in your chair. You're like, you know what? This is it.
Yeah.
Whatever this is it. Doesn't even matter what they're saying. It's like, have you seen the the memes online. It was like I saw it with the Bad Bunny Super Bowl a lot.
Yeah.
The episode of The Office where Michael builds the dance party in the closet, and he's holding the speaker up above his head. It's like, everybody dance now. Except they overlay it with like Bad. It's like me jamming to Bad Bunny without knowing any of the words. He's just bouncing up and down.
Oh, that's good. I now, because that dude on Instagram's translating, so I just do the bad, but I have so many girlfriends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. What a wild conversation to have with your aunt, by the way, which is the entire premise of that song.
Right. You have a lot of girlfriends.
Yeah.
Auntie doesn't approve. You're trying to get her to approve
Auntie,
on
did
one
you know
of
that
them.
I pull? Have I ever told you that I'm kind of a stud?
Also, a lot of trust in your auntie to not blow up your spot. You know?
Hey, it's a sacred bond.
All right, we're having some fun. That's the voice of Richie Carney sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. Started with some Nugs and Avs. Let's get to the Broncos. We are now a full week into this, and the Seahawks actually made a move. So it's just the Denver Broncos across the landscape of the entire NFL that has done nothing in free agency. They have done absolutely nothing. So what do we now know? What are we learning by their actions? Well, one, we obviously are learning that they have a lot of faith in their coaching staff, their development ability, and to get the most, even more than you did out of a 14-win team last year going into this year. I don't know that I necessarily believe in that. You and I were kind of talking during the break here. We want to talk about, like, what are they showing us their identity would be? Because they searched for it all year last year and never really came up with that. You could say really good defense with some gamers in the fourth quarter on offense. Maybe that's your identity. I don't know that anybody's going to hold their hat on that. I would have loved for it to be a run-first football team when JK's healthy. Now you can't bank on that, but when he is, he's averaging 4 or 5 yards a carry. So you're looking at 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6 in some instances. Are they going to be a run-first football team? They don't have a backup plan for when J.K. Dobbins goes down, so I'm really hesitant to do that. And then you and I were talking about that Breece Hall name still being out there, but it being a pretty penny.
I'm telling you, I'm putting on the tinfoil hat. The last couple of days have, because listen, I love a good conspiracy theory, but I don't go out of my way to like dive headfirst into them, right? I like to let them buy me a drink, and then I sit on it and figure out if I want to go for a second date.
Yeah. It's a nice spot to be in as a man. You never get
100%.
that, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm special. I'm putting on a little bit of the tinfoil hat though here because the Broncos restructured Quinn Miners' contract to free up $11 million.
Yeah.
Then they restructured Jonathan Cooper's contract, gave him like an $8.2 million check to clear up $8 million in cap space. Yeah, Jonathan Cooper is definitely buying his wife dinner tonight, probably, or if he didn't last night.
So they made about $20 million of
right in that
money.
ballpark without having the numbers in front of me. And not to go full Windhorse, but like, why would they do that?
Yeah.
Why would they do that? They have it. They didn't need it to run it back. They didn't need it to pay Justin Sternod and Alex Singleton and not pay PJ Locke.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? For $6 million. They didn't need it for that.
Oh, you know what? There's another. They saved about $6 million by releasing Dre Greenlaw on June 1st too.
But they don't do that for nothing. Nothing I think the Walton Penner ownership group does is by accident.
Right.
And Sean and George Payton are too calculated for that kind of thing. So what is it? And my only explanation that I can have is it's not to sign a big name free agent because golly shucks, there ain't none of them left.
Right. Yeah, we're on wave 3, almost 4 now.
Yeah. No, the wave pool is almost getting ready to be turned off to be cleaned in free agency. To me, it spells a trade. And they have money set aside from what I can, see or observe to pay a draft class. And you know what would make the draft class less expensive to pay? If you had less picks to have to pay.
Yeah.
And so I think you're almost killing two birds with one stone there to bring in, via trade, a big-time player. That your splash is coming more in the form of a cannonball at the end than a big, splash up front. Is it A.J. Brown? Is it Jalen Waddle? Is it Garrett Wilson, all 3 wide receivers? Is it Breece Hall, who's still on a tag right now, but could get a long-term deal worked out before the start of training camp or whenever the offseason they decide to do it?
Did you see what he tweeted on Monday?
No.
Breece Hall tweeted whatever they call, we call it Broncos Park. They call it something like, he's like, wow, a lot of money popped up here at wherever we are.
Yes, and he's been, and he followed up with like, I'm absolutely pocket watching during free agency, 100%.
Yeah.
Which I don't blame him.
I'd
you know
be
what
doing
I mean?
it too if I were him.
I had to play for the friggin' Jets, bro, come on. So I'm putting that tinfoil hat on. I don't know what it is exactly, and I think there's different avenues you could take, mostly in the running back wide receiver category, but it feels like something's coming.
Well, to your point about Breece Hall, we were just kind of kicking this around off air. We'll bring it on air. There are a couple of things here that I would say, here's how you can look at this. One, we know Darren Muji's the guy in charge over there. He was just here 2 years ago. So there's certainly a relationship. You can have a call between George and Darren, and you go, we're still interested. That 2 first-round price tag that comes with the franchise tag, you're not going to get that from us, who wants him the most. You're not going to get that from anybody across the NFL, especially if it's a price tag that's 2 first rounds. Oh, and then I got to come up with the big franchise deal, the contract for a 24-year-old running back that is a stud. So you either get him, I'm talking to Darren now, you either get him to sign a long-term contract, and then we'll take that off of your hands via a trade for they're still going to hold their feet to a fire. Well, what if it were a third-round trade and a future fourth, contingent on maybe some rushing yards and touchdowns on his first season? Or you can go, all right, now, and again, what I'm suggesting here might be illegal in the rule book of the NFL. But guess what guys are doing? Illegal stuff from the rule book of the NFL. If Darren doesn't want to comply, then I reach out to Breece Hall and his agent, and probably his agent, and I say, we're interested still. But they're not playing ball. So do you want your guy to be stuck in football purgatory and live in New York and play for the Jets? Or do you want to tell them that you're going to hold out and you're going to make this uncomfortable for everybody in that building unless they give you a long-term deal that we can go trade for?
Can I say something potentially controversial
Sure.
that I already know? I'm seeing it on our YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube at DenverSports 1043 is going to disagree with me on because I can see them arguing amongst themselves about it. Trading for Breece Hall while he's still on the tag, because it's a non-exclusive franchise tag, the Jets have the right to match whatever offer is presented. And if they don't match it, they get 2 first-round picks in exchange. That's just how it works. Are you going to draft a better player at 30 overall this offseason, Josh, than Breece Hall?
No, you're not.
Okay. So that seems like an automatic, yes, I would do it.
So
But
it's almost like it's just a 1 or just 1 pick.
Right. So if it takes 2, am I crazy for saying that a 24-year-old Breece Hall with plenty of tread left on the tires and explosive playmaking ability as a pass catcher and as a runner, to me, is still an attractive option or something that I would at least have to think about and consider if the cost of getting him from draft compensation perspective was 30 this year and 26 next year, 27 next year? Am I crazy for saying, you know what? I might still think really long and hard about doing that deal and bringing in a 24-year-old stud running back to transform and bring balance back to this offense.
I don't think it's that crazy. To your point, I'm looking at some of his stats overall. Outside of his rookie season, he's been a North all-purpose now, rushing and receiving. North, the lowest he's got is 1,200 yards outside of his rookie year, all-purpose.
The floor.
That's the floor. And he can remain healthy. I don't think what you're saying is all that crazy. And again,
I'm talking myself into it, dude.
If the Broncos are who we thought they were, then we're talking about 28 through 32 for next year's draft pick.
And you know what? People are like, well, you're not going to pay JK 2 years, 16 with upwards of 20.
It's a 1-year 8.
It's a 1-year deal with 8 guaranteed. You can absolutely move on from something like that if you decided to. Or if what happens in 2026 is what's happened all of Dobbins' career, as much as fortunate as it is to say, because I love JK, he doesn't finish a full season. And this time, you're not left with your you-know-what in your hands like you were when you had to ask R.J. Harvey to be Batman, and he was still more of a Robin.
I don't think it's that crazy at all. Now, you say 2 first, and it rubs people the wrong way, but you explain it the way you explain it, you go, okay, that's a little bit more acceptable. I feel like Kevin Kistner's got to be fired up over this. This is exactly what you've been wanting, Kevin.
Yeah, I want a playmaker. So if you got to go trade for one, go do it now.
And you don't care the cost.
At this point, no, you're in the Super Bowl window.
Yeah, I don't think that's that crazy. Tribe, you tell us, yay, nay. Are you willing to go all in for a guy like Breece Hall? I told you this tribe member Cody has a sweet day in front of him, Richie. He's checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tribe member Cody in Parker checking in. I'm digging out and leveling my backyard for the new putting green I'm installing today.
Cody's having a good day.
Cody, what are you doing later, man?
Yeah.
I'm off it too, bro.
Yeah.
Is it going to be done?
Drop a pin, Cody. Drop a pin.
I'm down to come chill, dude. And now Jared is also. Cody and Jared are so far leaders in the clubhouse for best tribe days right now. Cody's going to build his putting green. Jared writes, what's up, tribe? I'm spam calling my HOAs for being for having some problems today. Again, you're going to spam call your HOA and make their life a living hell the way they do ours. I'm all for that too. Have you ever lived in an HOA?
Yes, I have.
It's the biggest scam in the history of the world.
I don't disagree, and it's traditionally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of what's become commonplace in our world today of just like the aggressive recording where I'm going to throw my iPhone camera right up in your face. But sometimes the Karen-y little you-know-what that happens with HOA people trying to say you can't have your lawn decoration look like this, or your trash can was faced due west when it's supposed to be due east, or whatever, all that BS. It's like, you know what? We should expose more of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We should let people know that this is what happens on a day-to-day basis. I'm not a big gaslighter or person that likes that kind of thing, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Look, if your house is orange on my block, I'm going to knock on your door and ask why. If your trash can's the wrong way, or you got a couple flags hanging up, or you haven't cut your grass in 2 weeks, I'm going to go ahead and leave you alone.
Yeah, because I'm an adult with my own life and my own problems. Do your own thing, man.
You know what? This maybe I'm selfish, but you know what I generally don't care about?
Other
Everybody
people.
else.
You or any of you, except the tribe, obviously.
Tribe. We love the tribe. We love ours, that's for sure. This is a cool one, too. What's up, tribe? My boy Chris Nemafro here. We went to high school together. Happy birthday. He's celebrating his birthday today, wiring up some lights at a hospital, representing Local 68. Also, what's up, Dover? Right back to you, Chris. Long time no talk. Shoot the, breeze a little bit, text and Facebook on sports stuff. But happy birthday to you, bro. Hope you and the fam are doing good, and appreciate you tuning in and out there grinding for Local 68. All right, let's look around a little bit, Richie. We usually, at 10:45, kind of look around at other sports stories that are going on, and I want to do that again, and I have two. Team USA and Canada, how into the World Baseball Classic are we going to be that starts tonight? And Steve Kerr. You might be surprised to hear that Steve Kerr was complaining about something, and I want to respond to him coming up next.
How many wins do the Rockies need to reach this year for fans to feel good about the direction of the franchise?
What's a realistic number where we're not going to lose our minds if they don't get there, but we're kind of seeing them take these steps in at least the right direction today that might lead to impact tomorrow?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Colorado! Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Guys, we've had the driest winter in decades, over 50 years in some areas, and that means a higher wildfire risk. Now's the time to protect your home. 5280 Exteriors installs fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance upgrades built to handle Colorado's extreme weather. Choose James Hardy siding, Timber Tech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows. Plus, get 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
I started my first business when I was 12, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I learned if you do the job right, people trust you and customers care that you show up and do what you say you're going to do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. When you care about the people you serve, you work harder and it shows. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com.
Garage doors, no one knows more.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
When production shifts, your workforce has to keep up. Express Employment Professionals is your best resource for hiring. Find your local team at expresspros.com and hire differently.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Actually have to share something that, as I just wrote on Twitter, it's Friday and I'm going to choose to laugh rather than cry because that's basically what I want to do. The Denver Broncos have made another signing, and it's another run it back guy, and it's a guy that honestly has no business being on this football team anymore. I just don't understand what's going on, and certainly do not understand the appeal or the reason to bring back running back Jaleel McLaughlin. Also, listen to Ian Rappaport's description, and then you'll know Ian Rappaport doesn't watch Broncos football. Ian Rappaport shares, the Broncos have agreed to terms to bring back versatile running back Jaleel McLaughlin. Source said, that's his agent, and he also asked you to call him versatile. Giving him a one-year deal, add McLaughlin back into the mix with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Again, this is absolutely pathetic that this is going on. Now, I tweeted on the bottom of my tweet about this deal, are we sure we still want to give George Payton that contract extension? And the first reply is, of course, what everybody's saying. It's not Payton, it's the other Payton, and Sean wanting a lot of his guys back. All right, want to talk about him too? We can do that. This is now at the point, unless a major swing trade happens, like you just laid out with Breece Hall, Richie, this is... They either have a season next year, a 17-game schedule, and a hopeful playoff run where they prove themselves right and they get the last laugh and we all have egg on our face. I would love for that to be the case. Or the however is it doesn't work and they can't get to the Super Bowl because J.K. is going to get hurt. Jaleel McLaughlin's not a good NFL running back, and R.J. Harvey still hasn't figured out, or maybe will never figure out, what it is to be a full-time running back. You still don't have Jack in the tight end room, and you need to develop your young wide receivers. If none of that stuff happens, and they don't get further than they got last year, which is only one place to go, somebody's going to have to be held accountable for this nonsense. You can't do what you're doing right now, go in run it back mode, and don't get further without any actions or someone being held accountable for that. Would it work at any of our places of business? Let's not give Sean Payton a pass because he's brought us out of the world of suck. Bringing a team out of the world of suck like he did creates expectations. And when you do not meet those, that then creates resentment. And that's what's going to happen if this run-it-back roster does not get to the Super Bowl.
You asked earlier in the hour, what did we learn this week about the Broncos over the course of free agency, given their strategy, and what does it maybe say about the identity that they're presenting to us? I think this Jaleel McLaughlin return announcement puts a cherry on top of the sundae for me that says, what did we learn about the Broncos this week? What is the identity that they're presenting to us? It's that they're global, Jim. They firmly believe, mostly because they said it during the combine evaluation process. When they were talking about evaluating prospects at the combine, they literally said, they being the conglomerate of Payton and Payton, we think we're better at this than just about everybody else.
You're right.
They said that.
That's like a quote.
And I don't think they just say that about combine evaluation and scouting prep. I think they think that about the way they approach the offseason, free agency, the draft, the way that they prepare during the week, and the way that they operate day-to-day inside the walls of Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. They think they're better at this than everybody else. The question is, Josh Dover, do you believe them? Do you believe that the team last season that won 14 games and 17 tries, 2 of their 3 losses came in the first 3 weeks of the season in walk-off fashion.
You're right.
The only reason they probably weren't playing in the Super Bowl is because Bo Nix broke his ankle in an overtime period play that shouldn't have happened because the game should have been over.
Well, and if you had a running back, you wouldn't have asked him to do that either.
Before then. Right. All of that being said, when you look at the Broncos, given the resume that they presented in 2025, do you believe that they're better than everyone else at this? Because bringing back all of your own guys and not making any significant advancements, not being opportunistically aggressive the way that the Walton Penner ownership group led by Greg Penner said that they would be in their end-of-season press conference, that to me is what they're saying. My question to you is, do you buy it?
I do not buy it. I do not buy it for a second. And I'm not, you know me, I think the tribe understands where we are and what this show is. We're not just going to blindly follow Sean Payton and George Payton. And then that leads to texters who are like, oh, you guys think you know more than George and Sean Payton. Nobody's saying that. But I'm not just going to follow and completely take in everything that they say, because I have a brain and I have eyeballs and I have the ability to formulate my own opinion and get paid to do exactly that. So, no, I don't buy it. Richie, if the situation was they had already went and got Breece Hall, right? They put the pressure on the Jets and they didn't get the tag done and they went and got Breece Hall. And then they were re-signing all these knuckleheads that came and didn't do much last year. I'd go, all right, I can mess with that, because what you just said, I believe the reason they didn't go to the Super Bowl last year is because they didn't have a backup plan for J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins was their offense. He was their identity. He gets hurt. Bo steps up in a big way, and then he was able to carry you a little bit. Bo gets hurt because, like I just told you, you needed a first down, and you didn't trust anybody to run for that first down outside of your quarterback in Bo Nix, and then he gets hurt. So in my mind, I go, well, they were on the doorstep of the Super Bowl. They didn't get to the Super Bowl because they didn't have a backup plan for their identity, which was their running back. And now, with the addition of Jaleel McLaughlin, who can't break a shoestring tackle if his life depended on it, is back in the running back room, so that when JK goes down, it's once again RJ and Jaleel, and I know that that's not good enough. So you're not going to be able to sell me it's good enough just because there's another year. I watched it last year not succeed. So why would I just blindly follow them? Are you?
No, I don't believe that it works. I might be more apt to believe that it works if we were running a simulation, if we were talking about something hypothetically. The problem is, Josh, we operate in the real world. We don't operate in a vacuum. In a vacuum, being a 14-win team with a 17-game season, being the number 1 seed in the AFC, being on the doorstep of the Super Bowl and only not getting there because ultimately you lost your starting quarterback at the end of the divisional round and you were almost there with your backup quarterback falling just short, and then running it back with the same guys, bringing back all the same pieces, not significantly advancing in any measurable way through free agency thus far. That would work if every other team in the NFL was also operating in a vacuum. If we all had separate silos that we were doing. The problem is all the other teams around the NFL, literally all 31 of them in free agency, are doing things to try to make their team better and shore up the weaknesses that were exposed in 2025. The Broncos are not doing that as of yet. I put the tinfoil hat on earlier, and I said they're prepping for something. whether it's a big swing for an A.J. Brown, a Jalen Waddle, a Garrett Wilson, a Breece Hall, whatever it is, it feels like something is coming. And if and when that comes, I reserve the right to, with new information, change my mind and reevaluate the situation. However, as of now, I'm not buying it either because it's not a realistic approach to the situation. And the reality is, even if it were, Josh, even if running it back because we felt so strongly about the roster and the guys that we have was accurate and pans out, there is no way the Denver Broncos replicate the 14-3 win season they have with the way that it played out over 17 weeks. There is no way they magically find a way to score 33 points in the fourth quarter against a New York Giants team. Again, go 11-0 in one-score games with 12 fourth-quarter comebacks and overcome all of these quirky things that they managed to do to get to 14-3. It's just, is it mathematically possible? Bam Adebayo scored 83 points the other night and literally broke science with a probability perspective of what that took. Yes, there's probably a scenario where it exists. I just find it highly, highly unlikely, and it feels like the Broncos are more confident in that than I am.
A dude that's been disappointing his entire Bronco career, they brought back in Jaleel McLaughlin. He's not it. He's not going to be it. He gets there early, and he works hard. Whip-de freaking do.
He didn't answer your problems that you needed last year, and without any other outside factor that I'm unaware of because they haven't done it yet, I don't understand why you would be so confident that 2026 is going to be an answer that you didn't have in 2025 with the same player in the same room, under the same dynamics, on the same team.
Look, we have no choice but to watch this unfold and see how it plays out, but it just feels like all good grace is gone with what this team is. Maybe they're the smartest people in the room, like Richie said, and they keep telling us. But if not, there's going to be some feet on fire at some point next year. All right, let's get into hour number 2, quarter number 2. Let's get back to the teams that are winning and doing stuff to win championships, like the Nuggets and the Avs. Was last night the best comeback win of the season for the Nugs? Was it their best fourth quarter all season? Let's answer that and talk about how high they can climb in the standings before the playoffs start. That's coming up next.
Denver Sports is your home for Broncos free agency. Stay locked into 104.3 The Fan and head to DenverSports.com for up-to-the-minute news on the latest Broncos moves. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Free barbecue? Yep, absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention families of loved ones in nursing homes, whether past or present. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse or neglect while living in a nursing facility, listen closely. You may be entitled to significant financial compensation. Across the country, nursing homes have been cited for unsafe conditions, understaffing, and failures that put residents at serious risk. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, medical neglect, malnutrition, and unexplained injuries can happen when facilities fail to protect those in their care. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse of any kind while in a nursing home, you may have the right to pursue justice. Speaking up could help protect your loved one and prevent the same harm from happening to others. Call our Nursing Home Abuse Helpline now for a free and confidential claim review to see if your case may qualify for substantial compensation. Call now. Time to file may be limited.
Call 800-711-4497. That's 800-711-4497. 800-711-4497.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
What's going on? They are still over when it comes to external free agents. The Seattle Seahawks signed somebody last night, and they actually get like a 5-year window because they won the Super Bowl, and they're still being active in free agency. My man Richie Carney sitting in here for Cecil Lammy, who's out today. We want to continue to hear from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Same deal over on our YouTube page. Just get to youtube.com/DenverSports. Click that Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that.
A lot of hot Jalou McLaughlin talk on the YouTube stream.
Are they
right
upset
now.
as we are?
Yeah, and it's also diving into some RJ Harvey slander and some questioning as well. But mostly just because it's coming from the fact that I think they agree with the sentiment that we have of just like, what are we doing? It's not enough. And yeah, you can say R.J. Harvey had 12 touchdowns from scrimmage last year, which is what Bemidji Bronco 1 is trying to like. Hey, last time I checked, R.J. Harvey had the most touchdowns for any rookie running back, and this and that, and that's all great. Even more than Ashton Genty was his point. I said, okay,
and you're right.
Okay, but if you're going to say that, would you rather have R.J. Harvey or Ashton Genty? Because I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what you're implying when you said that. And touchdown Bo Nix and Zach Hopkins, 56, and all these other guys, Luke Jones, they're all kind of in the sentiment of like, what they had in the running back room wasn't enough. So just bringing back J.K. for more money than you paid him last year for half a season, running it back with R.J. Harvey again, hoping he not just takes a significant step, becomes a different running back this season than in his rookie season. And then, having Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin as your third down scat back type of options, it's not good enough because it wasn't good enough last year. Now it's just more expensively not good enough.
It's so frustrating. It is. It's so Jason Booney on Twitter just said they got to be trolling us. That's what we were saying at the break. Like, are they just doing this? Yeah. And then there's a secret camera in here that stinks set up so him and Sean can have a good laugh about how much we freak out about this. That's got to be what's going on, right?
Oh my gosh, it's not off the table at this point because again, if that was the desired outcome, they freaking got it. Yeah. We're in here yelling about it. YouTube's up in arms about it. The text line's questioning what we're even doing.
Ashton Kutcher's coming in here at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's talk some Nuggets real quick before we get into Nugs. Remind you guys that tournament time is here. That means your shot at $5,000 is also here. That's what's on the line when you get to DenverSports.com/bracket to enter our 5K bracket challenge presented by Bryant, Colorado. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, y'all are confident in your sports takes on the text line. Now you get a chance to prove it to us. But don't wait because entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. Get there and get signed up. All right, Richie, let's talk a little bit about what the Nuggets did last night. Like I said, for my money, the state of the team, the stretch that they're on in the season, I do believe last night's game was the most impressive fourth quarter, the most impressive comeback win. Really, the only one I'm kind of looking at is Christmas against Minnesota.
Yeah.
They have to fight back and found a way there as well. But like I said, the state of the schedule, where we are in this playoff push, the fight for the standings that they're in with Houston, with Minnesota, with Los Angeles, who they're going to get tomorrow night, I don't know that it gets much better than what that was. Spencer Jones scored 12 points in the fourth quarter. Joker and Jamal, little peanut butter jelly time, started to get going. And, dude, they didn't turn the ball over. 0 turnovers in the final 12 minutes.
Can I give you an underrated thing that I was really encouraged by and raised my eyebrow a little bit? I made a note of it to talk about today. David Adelman's lineup to start the fourth quarter, intentionally choosing to go small, running with Murray, Spencer Jones, Julian Strawther, Bruce Brown, and CB. At the start of the fourth quarter with Jokic on the bench, traditionally speaking, the Nuggets are a great third quarter team a lot of the time, and then those non-Jokic minutes to start the fourth quarter, it feels like he ends up checking back in 7 minutes later with a hole to dig out of when the clock's about to strike 0. Well, instead, taking that risk of eliminating the momentum that Jamal and Joker and company had helped build going into the fourth quarter there, that small ball lineup goes on a 14-3 run and kind of ices it to the point where the Nuggets are now in the driver's seat of this thing firmly and preventing kind of stiff-arming the Spurs from coming back rather than trading buckets and keeping it alive, for San Antonio.
Yeah.
I really like that decision, and we've called David Adelman's decisions, whether it's improbable or illogical challenges or the way he's handled certain rotational moments, whether or not he's a true motivator. We've called a lot of DA decisions into question. I thought that was one worthy of going, you know what? Good ball there.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And you're right. I like to do that. Like, you're going to call them out, give them the credit when you see something that they like. I just think that fourth quarter, like I said, taking care of the basketball, those little moments that you're talking about, and it was, you know what it was all game? Literally, through quarters 1 through 3, the Nuggets would cut it to 10, bring it down to 9. Oh, it got to 7 because Jamal made a 3. And then San Antonio would go, nope, we're going to take it over from here. And then all of a sudden, they're down 14 again. They're down 12 again. Denver did that to them in that fourth and final frame that you're talking about. They made a little run. They wanted to get it tight. They thought they could get this to a clutch type of game or make it a little bit closer than it was. And Denver just always answered the bell. One quick thing, and I've noticed this kind of all year, and I guess now that Aaron's back, it's standing out a little bit more, and I want to see how it looks when Aaron's fully back with no minute restrictions and doesn't have to miss back-to-back games, and honestly, that might not come until the postseason. Do you remember the dunker spot? They call it the short corner in the NBA terms, but it's a dunker spot.
Yes.
And it's you're kind of a little square underneath the basket near the baseline. And Aaron used to live there.
That's Aaron Gordon Avenue, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon Avenue is a good way to put it. And when that double team would come to Nikola, he would sense it. It's like his 7th or 8th sense. He would sense that it was coming, and he'd just throw a lob pass and let Aaron go get it. Let's keep an eye on that down the stretch, and then when the postseason starts, if they go back to that, it was kind of a Michael Malone thing, but it was just worked so brilliantly for Aaron.
I'm glad that you said that, because I had a similar thought during the Houston game about two different players who, at least in one of them, because he played during the Michael Malone era, looked a little bit more like his old self that the team could use a lot, and that's Christian Brown. During that Houston Rockets game, Christian Brown, to me, looked like the Christian Brown coming off the bench during the title year, or even the Christian Brown immediately after the title season when he was into the starting lineup, which is one of the best transition scorers in the NBA, and somebody who was bringing that same level of defensive hustle, speed, and energy on that end of the court as he was on the scoring side. CB was all over it in the transition game against Houston.
Yep.
And I'm like, you know what? That's the Christian that got a big-ass extension.
Yeah.
That's the Christian that had the rest of the organization going, you know what? This may cost us Payton Watson down the line or whatever, but this guy's earned it, and we don't need KCP because of him. And that was a Michael Malone era thing, run and gun. And the first thing David Adelman said, one of the first things, was, yeah, we're actually going to slow things down. We're going to become more of a half-court team and focus on the execution on that end, because that's what happens and where it becomes pivotal in the postseason. And he might be right about that to a certain degree. But it was a core element of who the Nuggets were when they managed to win their first title in franchise history. And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for a Christian Brown that's been injured and slumping a little bit this season to be able to stoke some of that fire again. And you know who else benefited from that movement in that game, specifically against Houston? Was Cam Johnson.
Yep.
He was able to. Maybe it didn't turn into a layup, but it turned into him having a spot shoot, catch and shoot three, or a nice midi, or something like that. And I think that was at least part of a game that helped give him his confidence back that we've been seeing slowly build game over game over game, and played itself out last night. So if we go back and we lean back a little bit more into the Michael Malone side of things with the dunker spot, with AG, something that maybe allows him to channel some of that energy without overstraining or overutilizing the soft tissue and the hamstrings that keep nagging him, right? Less movement.
Less running.
And also, but maybe less running for AG, more running and more outlet passing, which Jokic is fully capable and comfortable with his full court lobs, to Christian Brown, to Cam Johnson, especially if it's a slump buster type of thing. Like, maybe you don't go out with it from the jump, but if those guys are having an off night and sometimes you just need to see one go through the bottom of the net, let Christian get out and run a little bit. Let Cam run.
You're talking about roles. You're talking about defining roles.
Yeah.
Let a player, you need to tell him, this is exactly what I expect. Here's your role. Now go master that. Let's hope that they can get back to that sooner rather than later. We'll hear a little bit from DA later on in the show. Let's get back to the Avs. They handled the Kraken last night, continue to get outstanding play between the pipes from Scott Wedgwood. Let's have that conversation. I want to dive into it a little bit with Richie. That goalie 1A conversation. A lot of folks thought it was still McKenzie. I'm not quite sure, and I'll tell you why next.
With the Broncos still needing to find improvement on offense, is there a particular position that moves to the top of the list?
Top of the list for the draft is trying to unearth that guy, that tight end, that in theory can do both. And I know they're hard to find, and I know this is a thin tight end market.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hello, Colorado. It's David Szymanski with U.S. Mortgages, and we're celebrating 30 years. Make 2026 your best year ever. Eliminate all your high-interest debts, saving you $500 to $1,000 or more every month. Worried about approval? We have recently expanded our guidelines to help even more people qualify. If you've been told no, we can help say yes with bank statement loans, asset-based loans, non-traditional credit, debt to incomes over 50%, loan loan to values up to 95% and more. At U.S. Mortgages, you don't need perfect credit either. We help down to a 580 score and even lower case by case. Call now to get a no-risk, no-obligation quote from a BBB A+ rated lender and also get our exclusive lowest rate for life. Our number says it all, 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. Equal housing lender. License 392126.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell good RX Rodin, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working with perfect harmony and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids grow up and you still don't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate, intelligent, and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Denver Sports.
Right.
And I enjoy both of those things equally.
There was a video when I was a kid. I don't even know. Something about Moulin Rouge. I don't know what the words were, but man, was I into that video.
Yep, 100%.
That was nice. All right, let's talk about the Avs. I really want to just we can isolate this to like a Scott Wedgwood conversation. They did give up their 12th shorty last night. Power play's getting better. Penalty kill's getting better because they're not taking as many penalties, but you said it, Richie. 12 shorthanded goals is nuts.
Bro, the second that the pass got intercepted, I was like, oh, here it goes.
Yeah. I went and looked it up last year because I'm like, what's like a normal NHL season?
Right, what's my baseline?
I think it was Pittsburgh last year led with 13. We still have, 17, 18 games to go? Yeah. And they're going to give up another shorthanded goal here. So that's been a reason for concern. But power play getting a little bit better. In fact, if you were to do some of the math and figure out what it is post-Olympic break, they're over 20% scoring on the power play at that 16 that it was, and that actually gets them flirting with like the top 13, top 12 in the NHL, so we'll keep an eye on it. But I want to ask you about Wedgie, man. Scott Wedgwood has been, he's been a stud, short of a star in his recent starts, and Mackenzie Blackwood, not quite the case. In fact, Mackenzie's given up 7 goals in the last 35 shots that he's faced. I'm not saying, hey, this is all Scott's team and thanks, nice knowing you, Mackenzie, you're out of here. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if Jared Bednar is going to start to prepare for a postseason run and pick who his goalie 1A is, right now's the time. And if you were to take Scott Wedgwood out of between the pipes more often than not, I think, 1, there'd be some players going, what are we doing here? And 2, there'd be at least one media guy hand raised here going, what are we doing here? Mackenzie Blackwood's a damn fine goaltender. Mackenzie and San Jose in the first round would be a fun little storyline. Scott Wedgwood, I think, gives the Avs right now a better chance to win games.
Yeah, it's a fascinating argument and one that I would have increasingly less pushback to be able to offer because, listen, I said earlier today when I was chatting with Mark and Will Peterson, talking about the Broncos running back situation, right? That money talks, right? Like they were in on Travis Etienne, but not at $13 million or whatever it was. They were in on Tyler Algier, maybe, but not at XYZ. Money tells you how invested you are in someone or something, traditionally speaking, in a sports context. And Mackenzie Blackwood is paid to be the starting goaltender for the Colorado Avalanche.
He is.
Right? And there's a reason why each player was put in the position that they were. The Scott Wedgwood we're seeing now hasn't been Scott Wedgwood for the entirety of his career, or he wouldn't be a member of the Colorado Avalanche right now. He'd probably be on year 10 with the, 12 with the Nashville Predators. That being said, I don't know that you could put a better case together as a quote-unquote backup goaltender or a 1B goaltender to be the starter, even in a postseason setting, even with being paid less money, than what Wedgwood is doing. I'll give credit to our guy Luke Johns on Twitter, who said after last night, Wedgwood boasts a 25-4-5 record on the season.
Damn.
He has more overtime losses than regulation losses, and he has 5 times as many wins as either one. He now leads all NHL goalies with a minimum of 20 games played in both goals against average at 2.16 and save percentage
I was hoping
at
you get to that big one.
9.18.
Wow.
He's flirting with 9.2. Anything over 9 is like, wow, that's really, really good. 9.2 is like you're talking elite
top tier
level goaltending. And so, yeah, I said yesterday that like if I had to place a bet, if I had to put my own money behind who's going to be the starter between the pipes for the Avs in the postseason, I'd bet Blackwood because that's what the Avalanche did, right? But I got to be honest with you, and maybe it's because he pulled on my heartstrings a little bit, and the Avalanche posted it, the photo of him with his helmet off and his arms outstretched when they said, are you not entertained?
Yeah.
Right? Gladiator's my favorite movie. So now all I can envision is Scott Wedgwood pulling off his helmet and saying, my name is Gladiator. Maybe that's influencing my subtle shift here, or maybe not so subtle, because I'm leaning toward agreeing with you, Josh. I don't know what the major downside is to running with the hot hand if he's been as hot for as long as he's been hot. There's been some blips on the radar for both guys, and I think it's a blessing that the Avs have options the way that they do and that the way they haven't had for a long, long time. But, man, Wedgie's putting it out there, and it at least deserves a very legitimate conversation.
I mean, look, there's 18 games left. We're talking about basically a month left of the regular season. This isn't, hey, on March 13th, I've decided that the goaltender is Scott Wedgwood for the playoffs. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that right now, on March 13th, Scott Wedgwood is goalie 1A. That means McKinsley's your 1B, and you're going to use him on those second night of back-to-backs or when Scotty needs a little bit of a rest. But until proven otherwise, until I see with my eyeballs and feel that Mackenzie Blackwood gives them a better chance to win than Scott Wedgwood, I'm not going to change my mind. It's a 2-goalie system right now. On April 16th, when they get done beating the Kraken again in the regular season finale, and I still feel this way or I'm seeing what I'm seeing, then I'll make the declaration. It's Wedgwood's team in the postseason as netminder number 1. And what he's done over the last month, I don't have a lot of reason to believe he's not going to do it down the last month.
So what would you say to the notion, Josh, that has been floated out there in favor of Mackenzie Blackwood that said, hey, and I kind of alluded to it, like that this Scott Wedgwood isn't the Scott Wedgwood that he's been for large stretches of his career. He's having the best year of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you say to the notion that, one, you paid Mackenzie Blackwood to be your starting goaltender, and you did that for a reason, and Scott Wedgwood, maybe conversely, has been for long stretches a career backup goaltender, and maybe that's for a reason too. Just to play devil's advocate, not saying that's what I'm saying, because I just got done praising everything great that Scott Wedgwood has done. What would you say to those people?
I mean, it's again like the eye test. Who do you trust more in net? Results. Who do you think right now on March 13th gives the Avs a better chance to win? The answer is Scott Wedgwood, and I don't think there's much to be argued.
I love this hypothetical of, like, you know, when you're talking about your eyes, who do you trust most right now? Like the hypothetical of it's 4th and 10 from the 10. You need a touchdown. Which quarterback are you trust? And if you don't get it, you die.
Yeah.
Which quarterback are you trusting your literal life with to convert on that, right? And I think you start to see people's kind of true colors. So it's a similar thing there. Just like
the answer is John Elway.
Just
right?
like we had, of course, error proof. Just like we had on the YouTube chat with the discourse going on about RJ Harvey and, you know, how effective he's going to be. It's like, okay, because somebody on the YouTube chat was like, hey, last time I checked, RJ Harvey had 12 scrimmage touchdowns. That's more than the top running back that was drafted that year, which would be Ashton Genty. And my immediate follow-up question was, okay, so you'd rather have RJ Harvey than Ashton Genty then, right? If you got to pick one for the Broncos?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is not a chance,
in
my opinion at least.
No way, no world they'd pick RJ Harvey over an Ashton Genty. So, again, I can understand that, but what are your eyes telling you, and who gives them the best chance to win right now? The answer is Scott Wedgwood. And if you're saying it's Mackenzie Blackwood, well, you're probably Mackenzie Blackwood. All right, we'll get back to some Avs and Nugs conversation. We'll hear from Bedsy a little bit later on. Let's get back to some Broncos. We can reset the Jaleel McLaughlin edition. That's the big move for today. Celebrate in the streets, Denver. Jaleel McLaughlin is back. I do want to talk about a couple of these names that are still out there. A running back that would have been 10 times better than Jaleel McLaughlin is still available, and we'll go over his name next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000. Head to DenverSports.com/bracket to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado. Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it, but don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You really are amazing. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. You've told us how some people get mad at you for following your own pathway in life. You've said they judge you. Know this. Each of us is entitled to our own opinion. Why? Because we're all different. The pathways you choose in life are your own. It's your life, no one else's. And that's okay. Nobody likes to feel judged. No one likes to have others mad at them. But the key to navigating judgmentalism is to check things out, make your decision, and then commit to being true to yourself. Let others say and feel what they wish. They have that right, and you have the right, the obligation, to follow your own heart. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Score big to save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. And that's why with windownation.com, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installers take just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433. 4433.
Colorado. Love horsepower and serious adventure? The Great American RV Show hits the Colorado Convention Center March 12th through the 14th. Rugged RVs, overland builds, solar, suspension, off-grid tech, 150 brands, and major dealers. Tickets $12 online at greatamericanrv.show, where serious gear meets real adventure.
Every now and then you find a deal where you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. That's Straight Talk Wireless on Verizon's 5G network. Find it exclusively at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk Broncos. I feel like when we talk Broncos today, because we're so disappointed, this is where we should give somebody a chance to win the Superfan send-off.
Hell yeah.
We'll pick up spirits
Yes.
right before we bring them back down to what the Broncos have done. So let's do it. Let's call our second name to a 4 that we're going to call out today. Mike. I like to make the Mike sweat a little bit. Olson. Mike Olson. You could be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world, thanks to 303 Law 4040. If you call us back in the next 10 minutes, Mike Lawson, your name goes into the hat for the grand prize drawing, which is a pair of 2-night tickets to this event in Vegas. You got to get there, right? So how about round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Las Vegas? Put you up in a hotel for a couple nights and give you $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card. That could be yours, Mike Olson, if you call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. If you know Mike Olson, well, you might want to give him a heads up because it has a +1. If he wins because of your alert, well, he has to bring you. Those are the rules. So Mike Olson, you, sir, are on the clock. All right, Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, and we told you guys about 10:45, the breaking news of the day, loose on breaking.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. That's exactly what it was.
That's kind of mean, but it fits.
Is that Jaleel McLaughlin is back. You guys remember Jaleel, right? The guy that couldn't break a tackle on the outside? Yeah, that guy. He is coming back for the Denver Broncos, so their run-it-back mode is certainly still underway, and they are now officially the only team that has yet to sign an official free agent. Richie, I want to tell you a couple names I threw out this week, a couple that Cecil threw out, and then there's still 4 or 5 different wide receivers that are available out there. Brian Robinson was the name I was going to talk about. I brought him up on Wednesday. Brian Robinson at this stage of free agency, yeah, it's going to cost you a little bit more than Jaleel McLaughlin, but probably not that much. And the fact that Brian Robinson's sitting out there, dude, at this point, I would take Austin Eckler over Jaleel McLaughlin. And that dude's coming off of a serious injury on the wrong side of 30. That's how little confidence I have in Jaleel McLaughlin. But Brian Robinson would have been a great fit. Dallas Goedert's still out there and available. Now, they brought all their tight ends back that can't do anything, so I'm not sure they're looking to add there in free agency, more so the draft. But Dallas Goedert, Brian Robinson were my names. Jalen Waddle and Jonnu Smith, the tight end in, where was he, Pittsburgh last year?
Yeah.
Were Cecil's names. But, Richie, there's the Stephon Diggs, and I know that's a no because he's a bad guy in the locker room. Was going to get every woman in Denver pregnant. Jawan Jennings, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, if that's something you might want to go try out. That's a little worrisome too. Or another tight end in David Njoku. There are players out here that can be got, and on the third, almost fourth wave of free agency, none of those dudes I just listed are breaking the bank.
No. Speaking of getting got, I believe there was a fake Mike Kliss account that was trying to fool people into thinking David Njoku was coming to officially visit the Broncos or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was a fake Mike Kliss account that was getting a lot of people's attention.
People have too much time.
Not the real Mike Kliss, who you hear exclusively on The Fan.
That's right.
Yeah, no, in terms of interest, right, interest levels vary. Stephon Diggs, boy, you're talking about a deal with the devil, right?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, this guy's clearly a supremely talented wide receiver. But every team that's taken a big swing on him since he left, it was Minnesota. Since he left Minnesota, right?
He forced his way out of Minnesota.
Yep,
wasn't happy with
forced
his
his
role.
way out of Minnesota, and every team that's taken a swing on him there, from the Houston Texans to the Buffalo Bills to the New England Patriots, it's like after 1 year, they're like, you know what? His athleticism, his supreme talent, his productivity isn't worth it. You could make an argument the Bills' offense got more productive and more explosive when he left, and Josh Allen is throwing to plumbers and firemen.
Yeah, they didn't have a wide receiver one after that.
Yeah. The Khalil Shakir as a slot receiver was like their wide receiver one.
Right.
You know, and they're throwing to 2 tight ends that if you walked into them and saw them at the grocery store, you wouldn't even know who they were. I love both those guys, Kincaid and Dawson Knox. So, no, I'm not interested in that because that, to me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I wouldn't say that the way some people are saying that about A.J. Brown, though. I'm at least more open to the idea of an A.J. Brown whose biggest crime is that he's just never happy with the amount of balls he's getting and wasn't happy to be a 1A type of option with Saquon Barkley on a Super Bowl championship team.
Yeah.
He sure as hell ain't going to be happy here in Denver if that's the case.
You could sell me on like James Harden. I think you and I talked about it. There's this honeymoon Harden. When he gets to a new squad, he's legit. Team player, buying in, hustling. That's great. If you could promise me a honeymoon AJ for a year, I'd be way more into that. But you can't. And by the way, AJ Brown's the reason his team lost in the playoffs by not catching footballs that Jalen put on a dot.
Yep. And I will say this, too. I would be more intrigued with an A.J. Brown than I would a Stephon Diggs. And after that, it's a drop-off of the ledge in terms of the tier wide receiver talking about. Jawan Jennings had some spicy, explosive performances. He was kind of like that fantasy football darling, right? Because they'll have like a 3-touchdown game with like 6 catches, and then he disappears or he gets hurt or whatever it is. Deebo Samuel kind of feels like you're getting closer to a wide receiver version of Austin Eckler, not to bring up a former teammate there, but like,
no, you're right.
Deebo's specific skill set and his role is so dynamic and so unique and so special that very few people can do it. He's actually a joker role on an offense because of all the different ways he can utilize space with the ball in his hand. But he's getting up there, man, and it just hasn't been the same, and it just feels like you're chasing an idea of what a guy used to be more than what he is now. Brandon Ayuk, boy, you want to talk about an ugly split between a franchise and a player.
And hasn't it made his stock just
yes,
plummet?
look at how tight-knit and productive the 49ers skill position players are, from Kittle to Christian
Yeah.
to even Debo, for a time, or Ayuk was a part of that with Juwan Jennings. They're all tight. They're all productive when healthy, and they're all good. And, that guy kind of feels like it could be a baby A.J. Brown, in the making of, a guy that's just not happy with his slice of the pie or whatever it is. David Njoku, because of the dearth of playmaking at the tight end position, sure. But again, David Njoku, did he look as good as Harold Fannin? And was he benefiting from Harold Fannin being there and changing up the way things are covered when you're running two tight end sets?
Got to roll one other way now.
Exactly, right? So all that. So yeah, the bar's low enough at the tight end position with what we got, assuming Evan Ingram is who he was last year, that David Njoku would probably come in and look better. But that doesn't mean it's good enough still,
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the problem with where we're at. If you were looking at me of names that I still would want to talk about after the first wave, they're not free agents anymore. They're all trades.
It's trades.
Give me Jalen Waddle, right? Like Cecil said, or Breece Hall, and yeah, those price tags are going to be expensive. People on the YouTube chat brought up Sean Payton and George Payton wouldn't even give up a 3rd-round pick for Breece Hall at the deadline last year. You think they're going to give up 2 firsts? Probably not. But you know what? That's their own damn fault.
Well, and they don't seem to be desperate because of what they're doing.
It's their own damn fault because they should have done it at the deadline. And Zach Bye, I'll give him credit, was banging the table as loud as anybody for that. I know we talked about it. You guys did on this show. But the price of doing business then is different than the price of doing business now. So just because the demand went up and you had something for a clearance sale that's now suddenly, tripled or quadrupled or 5x'd in price, that's on you, brother.
Yep.
Your need for it hasn't changed. You just blew the opportunity to get it at a bargain.
Breece Hall is the pair of golf shoes I've been eyeballing for 3 months, and I'm like, it's too expensive. I'm not going to buy that. And then I go look again, and I'm like, they're going up in price. I'm never going to be able to buy those golf shoes. That's what it feels like with Breece Hall. It's so disappointing. Again, there are names out there, a stack of wide receivers that, again, if you're willing to sacrifice some things and maybe take a shot, they're there. The Brian Robinson edition, he's there. Just completely disappointing with what we have seen. All right, we'll get back to it in our lunch hour, give you any sort of updates that we get. In the meantime, let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the tribe? Richie, I want to ask you a question, and then we'll go over why I'm asking you this. Think about it during the break.
Okay.
What's your guys' go-to foods or drinks at sporting events? And how does that vary from sporting event to sporting event? And we'll talk about some new things that are rolling out to ballparks coming up next.
Could another former favorite of Sean Payton be a trade option in the Broncos running back room?
If I'm the Denver Broncos and I need a security blanket, an insurance running back, because that's what you're going for now, unless you're going for a younger one that you're going to pay money to, that's why you're trading him. I'm going for Alvin Kamara because he's been a part of this system.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st. I'm Michelle.
And I'm Bruce Williams. Come see the latest from Takori and the best diamond prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles, fresh from California.
Plus, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And natural 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995. Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 12 months financing interest-free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori.
March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers.
Your official Takori store.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Waterloo Turf Denver. Get your Saturdays back.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 104.3 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's on our Twitter timelines that we want to talk about? Richie Carney's sitting in for Cecil. He's got a tweet for us. I got a couple things as well. And I mentioned, what are we eating at ballparks? Like, what's the go-to there? I will say, at Ball Arena, you can find some pretty good stuff. They have, like, these pretzel nacho chip things. Like, it's pretzel bites, but they're like chips, and you dip them into cheese. Anything with cheese. I'll drink cheese. I love cheese. So anything with cheese, I'm in. When I go to a Rockies game, a couple times a year, that's the traditional, let me get a dog, let me get a brew, let's load this thing up with a little ketchup and mustard, and crush it. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I saw a couple of tweets about food items. You might have to help me out with this one. It's from Front Office Sports, and the Hartford Yard Goats have it. They're unveiling the anti-hero on Eras Night. And they have a picture of Taylor Swift. I'm not really sure what she has to do with this.
Well, Anti-Hero is her song.
Oh, okay.
And the Eras tour was her tour.
Okay, so you help me out.
So it has literally everything to
I didn't know any of that.
Swift. Josh is like, what creative names they just came up with this? Anti-hero?
I didn't know either of those things.
That is so funny, dude. That is amazing. Watching your face, you're like, oh, got it. Okay.
That does make a lot of sense then. Okay. Completely get that. Because they had the photo of her, and I'm like, are they just looking for clicks?
Oh, my God. Yeah, what a marketing ploy.
Why are they doing this? All right. Makes much more sense. But what they're doing here on Anti-Hero Eras Night is a grilled 2-foot hot dog topped with 11 powdered donuts, a mustard ketchup drizzle, and a pink and blue candied sprinkles, all over it, served on an artisan Italian loaf bun. I mean, you saw the picture. It's a hot dog, ketchup, mustard, powdered donuts, and sprinkles all on it.
That's
I'm
doing
all for
too
crazy
much.
concoctions, but that's too much. Yeah, I'm with you.
Doing too much. And again, crazy concoctions like that maybe were scoffed at one point, have been looked at differently. Like, there was a time where some pioneer in the culinary world put peanut butter on a cheese on a hamburger with onions and jalapenos and bacon, and people were like, "Are you out of your mind?" And you know what? He was, but it worked.
It's a genius
That
move.
I think society, we're a few years away from that right there.
Yeah. I think you said it right. That's just too much. You want to do crazy stuff, adding stuff onto a hot dog? Great. Not powdered donuts. Those are two things that would just never, ever, ever go together.
Like lamb and tuna fish. Two things I enjoy, just not together.
What does he say? Maybe never have lamb and tuna fish?
Yeah.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, I got one more. I want to know what's on your timeline. Again, it's food related. I'm looking at this on USA Today's Twitter account. Buffalo Wild Wings. I think everybody enjoys a little B-dub from time to time.
Used to enjoy it more.
They're now unveiling a wing-flavored protein espresso martini.
Oh, my God. Okay.
A drink that's wing-flavored with protein. Espresso martini.
Okay, speaking of doing too much, wings and espresso martini don't need to go together. Again, lamb and tuna fish.
Yep.
Two things I very much enjoy in their respective lanes. Don't need to cross them over. And doing too much, once again, as a society, listen, I've been called out. It's a don't be that guy, whatever. I work out a lot.
Yeah.
I love going to the gym.
Yeah.
I love doing that stuff. I eat and drink a lot of protein. We don't have to just shoehorn protein into everything. It's like, you ever had protein eggs, bro? Yeah. Oh, what are you drinking? Protein water. So just water? Like Starbucks down the street, protein drinks. Protein chicken wings. They already are chicken. They have protein.
My lady is on this kick of the protein thing, and now I go to the grocery store for us for two reasons. One, if I go, we're going to spend less money. Two, we're not going to be there for 3 hours. I've always said this, Richie. The ladies, they go shopping. We go pick stuff up. It's completely different.
Right.
And she's on this, make sure you get the protein noodles. And I'm like, I don't know where that is. The things we need on our grocery list, I know where they are. I go, I pick, and I leave. This protein thing, I'm with you. It's out of control at this point.
Yeah, no, I've had significant others in the past. I've had them. They go like, what's wrong with just dilly-dallying? What's wrong with a good dilly-dally? I'm like, there's a mission.
Yeah.
I want to execute it, and then I want to move on to the next objective, okay?
Yes.
I'm trying to prestige here, and you're preventing me from doing that with these side quests.
I'm using that this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. So I get it, but yeah, man, protein this, protein that. Like, you know what we need to start doing? Just like, we have those moments where it's like, we need to bring back bullying in society, right? For things like that. We need to socially normalize steroids again. If everybody's taking steroids, we don't have to worry so much about protein, okay? Because we're getting it from the anabolic steroids.
You know what
That'll solve it.
I will do sometimes when we do the joint mission shopping, and she'll have stuff, and I'll always tell her, I'm like, I'm going to go over here and pick this up. You go over there and get that, and that. Boom, we meet back. We're going to the register. And then inevitably what happens is I come back and she's got all this nonsense in the cart, and I'll just go over to her and I'm like, oh, here, let me put this back for you. And I'll just go put it away. I'm like, oh, yeah, we definitely don't need that.
Yeah.
And I'll just put it away. I'm like, what are you doing
Have
here?
you seen the video of like the husbands or boyfriends or significant others, whatever, that are shopping with their girlfriends, wives, whatevers, and it's like they can't do anything right. Like they're in the produce section, and he hands her an orange, and she looks at it and puts it back or whatever, and then she puts her own in the bag. So he starts taking her orange out of the bag, handing it back to her, and because it came from him, she's like, "No, this is bad. We're not doing this."
And he's just deadpan the camera.
And it's just a literal never-ending cycle, and it takes her a minute to realize that there's always been the same amount of oranges in the bag. It is so good.
That's outstanding. All right, so yeah, a couple food tweets for me.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, Richie, what's going on your timeline?
I have one significant thing on my timeline that actually broke earlier today, and it has to do with a player that coulda, shoulda, woulda been a Bronco if maybe they were a little bit more financially invested, and that is the former running back for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Josh Dover, who you would pronounce his name as
Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne, as would most people, even the Jacksonville Jaguars, who put in their media guide that E-T-N is how you're supposed to phonetically is how you're supposed to pronounce his name. And for those of us that work in the media, we know that we treat that enunciation, phonetic pronunciation from the media guide as gospel.
We do.
Even if it looks ridiculous, sounds ridiculous, that's how they say it.
Bidet.
Well, yes. Yes. Travis has informed everyone at his New Orleans Saints introductory press conference that ain't how it's going to fly anymore.
He's got a new name.
Growing up, it's Travis Achan, so it'd be like Achane. And that's how you always said Travis Achan. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's ETN. Like, how you see it is how you say it. So that's how that became. And it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name. Just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck. It made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Achan again, just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that. And that's just get back to me.
All right, he's open to being Travis Achan again.
I'm open to being who I have been all along is a hilarious way to introduce yourself to New Orleans. But also, I'm going to say this because we've gone through this a lot in Broncos country. Okui Bunam, OJ Medea.
That's right.
Tyler Beatty, Bidet, right? All that stuff. Here's my take on it. You are who you are, right? Mm-hmm. So if Travis Achan, not Devon Achan, who spells it the way Achan is telling you should say Achan, if that's who he is and has been along, that's his God mama given name, great, go for it. But if you make the decision to throw your hands up and say, I'm not going to correct people. If you want to say ETN, say ETN, and that's what it is. And you let it go on this long. This dude's been in the NFL for how long now?
Yeah.
And college and all that. Your name's ETN now, dude. I'm not changing it because it wasn't important enough for you to hold everybody accountable and change it back then. I'm on the 5th or 6th stop of this train route, not the first. If you let it go on that long, the way Bidet did, to me, it's Batty and ATN. Like that's on you at that point. That's how I view it. If it were me, that's how I would hold myself.
It's also like there's no C's in it.
Right.
It's got a real like T-Pain, Wisconsin mansion going on. You know what I mean?
Rhyming mansion.
Those things don't work together.
Oh my gosh. Eminem's had some moments like that where it's like, you just rhymed what with what?
Yeah.
But it worked, kinda? Yeah, no. As far as I'm concerned, if you are okay with people mispronouncing your name professionally for that long, why correct it now?
Yeah.
You know?
And also, hey, if you're going to pay me $13 million, call me whatever you want.
He does seem like cool about it, and it is funny. He was laughing about it. And like the fact that he ends it with, I'm excited to be who I am again. I'm getting back to being me. It's like, no, I actually almost feel sad.
One of our texts.
I've been living a lie.
That's what they wrote. He seems like a chill dude. Yeah, he does. He does seem like a chill dude. All right, that's outstanding work. Travis Achan, I guess, is what we're going to go with. I'll probably forget that by 2 o'clock today, and he'll forever be Travis Etienne. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. Lunch hour on a Friday. That weekend's right around the corner. Let's look back at the Nuggets' impressive comeback win on the second night of a back-to-back, and the Avs getting it done. They sent a message to a potential first-round playoff opponent last night, and Marty set himself a new PR. We'll talk about both coming up next.
How many wins do the Rockies need to reach this year for fans to feel good about the direction of the franchise?
What's a realistic number where we're not going to lose our minds if they don't get there, but we're kind of seeing them take these steps in at least the right direction today that might lead to impact tomorrow?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, I got a personal question to ask you. How's your sex life? You having any sex? How's your partner feel if the answer was no? You might think back to the first time you couldn't perform in the bedroom and maybe you both laughed it off, right? Couple extra drinks that you shouldn't have had. No big deal. Then it happened again and again and again. And now nobody's laughing in the bedroom anymore. Sex is important in a healthy relationship, and if you're not having it, you're probably not going to be in that relationship much longer. It matters to both people in the relationship. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex and intimacy and love that brought you close with your partner. Set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today. It's only going to cost you $99, includes a medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest you take a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, keep your wallet in your pocket. They don't want your money. But it works in over 90% of men, and you could be having sex as soon as the next day. So I'm telling you, fellas, erectile dysfunction is no laughing matter. Quit trying to sweep it under the rug. Do something about it today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's the College Hoops Showdown. Wall-to-wall basketball and zero time to mess with your lawn. At Waterloo Turf, they help Denver homeowners trade yard work for game time. No mowing, no watering, no mud on game day. Just a green championship level lawn all season long. Perfect for watch parties, pets, and backyard hoops. From backyards to putting greens, Waterloo Turf installs premium artificial turf built for Colorado. Visit WaterlooTurf.com/Denver and book your free consultation. Waterloo Turf. Get your Saturdays back. And don't miss the buzzer.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
Score big, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
On the drive, they'll get you home. We're live, we're local. We're talking about all the stories you're talking about right here on Denver's best sports station, 104.3 The Fan, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day. And we're giving folks a shot at $5,000. That's what's on the line at DenverSports.com/bracket, our 5K bracket challenge presented by Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, y'all sure are confident in your sports takes on the RamosLaw.com text line. Prove it now. But don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. Get there, get signed up, and hopefully you are our big winner. All right, Richie, it's Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy as we've got a ton to talk about here in the next couple of hours. Broncos moves, not good ones, but moves that they've made. We're going to get into that coming up a little bit later on in this hour. Let's start with what we watched last night with the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche getting some major victories last night. The Nugs had to fight back. I mean, they're down 20 at one point. No Aaron Gordon, no Victor Wembanyama for the San Antonio Spurs, so you kind of offset right there. That was actually my biggest concern, Richie. I'm like, if it was just Aaron,
right,
no Payton Watson, you could throw Bruce and Christian at Wemby, but he's going to cook them in the paint. It was like, man, if Aaron can't go being a back-to-back and Wemby does, this could get ugly for the Denver Nuggets. And then it got ugly right out of the gate because as good as Denver was closing out at the three-point line against Houston the night before, they were equally as bad in the first couple of quarters last night against San Antonio. Now, they were fortunate that San Antonio just wasn't shooting it at a good clip, but it was the Spurs going, hey, we're going to win at the three-point line. Oh, and they played last night. Let's push the pace and get them, tired before they can make a major impact in the game. They weren't able to do that, and it's a credit to Nikola Jokic. They were actually talking about it a little bit on the broadcast last night. It's that mental toughness of that's what a back-to-back is.
Yep.
And again, I don't feel sorry for these guys with back-to-backs. I feel sorry for moms and dads that have multiple jobs and are still grinding to pay their bills. But these back-to-backs, it's a mental hurdle. Can you get over, yes, you're tired mentally. Everybody's tired. Can you get over that enough to contribute, make an impact, and win a basketball game? Nikola does that, and I think everybody followed his lead last night.
100%. It's a mental toughness test. It's a gut check. Right? It's one of those things where you are proverbially looking yourselves in the mirror as individuals and as a team and saying, what are we made of? I know what we're up against when we're talking about flying into Houston at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning after an emotional, exhaustive game, blowing out Houston the way that they did and really kind of getting off the schneid in a lot of ways for a lot of players. But we got to go out and do it again. We have to prove that it's not a fluke. We can't let that momentum that we need going down the backstretch of a season in a Western Conference that is so stacked and tight as it seems to be every year lately in the middle of the pack where the difference between the 3 seed and the play-in is like a couple of games. We need to keep our foot on the gas, but can we do it without AG, with all those other added factors? And their answer in the second quarter looked pretty emphatically like, hell no. We're about to get our ass run out of this gym. And then they systematically found their way back. Jamal Murray with 30-second half points. Christian Brown and Cam Johnson hitting some big shots. Spencer Jones proving once again that dude's just an NBA player.
Yeah.
Like that guy has made such a bright runway and future for himself over the course of this season that he only got because of all the injuries the Nuggets have experienced.
There was a moment in the fourth quarter early where Spencer grabs the rebound. He brings the ball up court, and then he shot a 3 with 19 seconds left on the shot clock. I'm yelling the F word in my living room. I'm like, what the bleep is that guy doing? And then he went on to score 12 points in that fourth quarter, and the whole team had 0 turnovers. So there was like a moment where I'm like, whoa, you're getting a little too big for your britches. And then he proved me wrong.
And you know what? How about, in addition to all those things that we just said, how about Jokic and Murray, the Joker and Jamal, being able to look everybody else and look around the Western Conference and say, hey, you know what? We're still those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
We're still that two-man game that annihilated people in crunch situations, in clutch time situations, en route to our first title in franchise history. You couldn't stop us then, and you better be careful because if we stay on our BS, you ain't going to stop us this time.
Yeah. How about those two being 26 for 26 at the free throw line?
Unbelievable.
Jamal was 15 out of – Jamal Murray's taking more free throws than Nikola. That's a whole conversation on itself. But the guys were 26 for 26 from the free throw line. The Nuggets shot 36 of 38 from the charity stripe, while San Antonio missed 6 free throws.
Yeah, and by the way, that's a great example of the importance of being nails from the free throw line and how it can come back to get you. That comeback becomes a lot more improbable if they start slipping up and they're missing free throws 1 or sometimes 2 at a time, the way we've seen them over the course of the season, even from guys like Jamal or Peyton Watson or whatever regular key contributors. Jokic is not immune to that kind of thing either. I thought it was really encouraging. I thought it was something that I think they're going to be able to continue to stack and develop down the backstretch of this difficult portion of the season schedule-wise that they're in the heart of. Man, I'm telling you, like, that game, more so than the Houston game, proved to me that the grit, that heart of a champion, that mental toughness that David Adelman talked about, specifically with a guy like Jamal Murray, who's having the best year of his career, it's still in there. And it's still, to me, not off the table that this team, just like we've been saying all year, if they can get to a point where they're fully healthy and they're ready to go come playoff time, they can not only beat anybody in a 7-game series, including Oklahoma City, they can win another title. They really, in my opinion, can.
Agreed.
And I think we saw more evidence. We saw evidence of that over the last handful of games. But I think they proved more of that in this game against the Spurs without Wemby than they did in the blowout win over Houston. Because I promise you, Josh, if they match up against the Thunder or even the Spurs with Wemby or maybe even the Rockets in the postseason, like they're destined to, probably one of those teams at some point, there's going to come a time where they might be down 15, 20, 27 points, whatever it is, and they're going to have to claw their way out. And they just proved to themselves, even without Aaron Gordon, that they can do it.
It's not, we're down 15, tuck tail, we'll get him next time.
Yeah.
It's like, hey,
wait
this
till we
game's
get back
not
to ball.
over. Right.
Yeah.
It, to me, there's 15 games left, man. You got the Lakers tomorrow, and tomorrow night's game against the Lakers is basically going to be for, hey, you could jump from 6 to 3 tomorrow night, depending on you winning and what happens with Houston in between what they're doing. And I don't know Houston's schedule. I don't really give a damn about Houston. But you're looking at tomorrow night's game. You're at L.A. We'll figure out whether or not Peyton Watson's going to play. I would lean towards no. I'm thinking that's more of a next week's deal type of thing, according to a few things I've heard David Adelman say. Yeah.
That's something that I think, especially when the concept helps you spell Jokic and survive the quote-unquote dreaded non-Jokic minutes at a better clip, which is exactly why he was brought in, and Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace stuck to their guns and said, you're not going to go play for Panathinaikos, you're going to be a Denver Nugget. Do you like that maybe Jonas Valanciunas disappears a little bit from that?
Not really.
I don't either.
You know why he is, though? And every broadcast you'll hear it. Well, the Nuggets just don't do well against small ball. And then when you bring in your reserves, you're going a little bit smaller. So Val's unit gets a lot of small ball looks. Now, the starters will in crunch time because if it's successful, and it always is, you're going to go back to it. But you know why small ball is successful against the Denver Nuggets? I hate it, but it's the truth. Because Jokic is a liability chasing the three-point shot. And when you have a small ball, there's 4 guys on the outside that can shoot it. And if you pop around the perimeter, just passing the ball, you're going to get your defenders chasing their tail. And then there's Nikola standing in the middle of that circle, not closing out, and they get burned.
It does feel like Jokic sometimes gets caught in a proverbial basketball pickle where you've got a low post guy and a perimeter guy. And it's like you have to commit to one. And that's the reason the defense is setting it up. But it does feel like sometimes rather than overcommit to one and force it one direction, sometimes it does kind of feel like the Joker picks neither, and then it gives them 2 options on how to attack, which ultimately ends up being a worse result.
There was a moment, I don't remember who shared it on Twitter, I'd give you credit. Like they're like sharing a video of Joker moving, was it Christian and Jamal, like moving them pre-inbound, like, hey, go over here for the defense, go over here. And I'm like, you're not the guy to do that defensive assignment nonsense. Like, that's an Aaron job. He's not playing, obviously. I understand why Nicole is doing it, but like I said, teams have success small ball because they know that Joker's not going to chase the ball popping around the perimeter.
Can I give you another? I gave you a potentially controversial opinion that was Denver Broncos related that I told you flat out. The YouTube chat is probably going to disagree with me. The RamosLaw.com text line probably going to disagree with me. People in Broncos country in general might disagree with me, and it was that I actually might be okay with a trade for Breece Hall, even still on the tag, and giving up 2 first-round picks, 30 this year, and hopefully what would end up being a high 20s or maybe the 30th overall pick again next year because of what I think a 24-year-old explosive pass-catching running back can bring to this offense. I have warmed up to the idea, and I don't want to say I'm rooting for it because it would involve rooting for the Nuggets to lose games more than they currently are, and I hope the Nuggets win every game and we're planning the parade and they never lose again, and that's great. So I'll phrase it as I am warmed up to the idea, more confident in the idea, and certainly not afraid of the idea of this Denver Nuggets team biting the bullet right away and drawing the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round of the playoffs.
Wow.
Because I'll tell you why.
So that means they're in the play-in.
Correct, which is why I don't want to say I'm rooting for it, but I think I'm not afraid of it anymore like I would have been in previous years or even earlier this season.
So you just slay the dragon?
You got to go through them at some point, right? And the biggest thing that's held this Nuggets team back from being the team we saw at the beginning of the season, that win against Houston was the first time they've won with their opening night lineup since before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But that opening night lineup that we got a very limited sample size looked pretty freaking awesome, okay?
It did.
And it looked like a team that gave us the confidence that we had coming off of the offseason that they made. If this Nuggets team can continue to get healthy and work things together, and they're instilling the confidence that we've seen over the last 5-6 games, but especially the last two, and maybe even the one tomorrow against LA, if they can be healthy and firing on all cylinders and ready to go, that's going to be the Denver Nuggets' best opportunity to throw their best punch against the Thunder.
Yeah.
Let's do it now in round one rather than slog through what will inevitably be a tough series against the Timberwolves, the Spurs, the Rockets, whoever they end up drawing, and then have to maybe play Oklahoma City in the second round or the third round if they get that far, at which point you've left time for yourselves for Aaron Gordon to have a soft tissue injury flare up, for Payton Watson or Christian Brown or Cam Johnson, Jokic, all guys who have dealt with injury issues over the course of this season. If you're ready and fresh and healthy at the start and you feel like you're trending in that direction, wouldn't you rather just slay the dragon right off the bat and then figure out the rest later, even if it means you're shorter-handed at that point? I'd rather be shorter-handed against the Spurs, the Rockets, or anybody else than shorter-handed against Oklahoma City the way they were, even though they still took them to 7 games last playoffs.
But why didn't they win Game 7? Because Aaron's hamstring gave up on him.
Yeah.
And he wasn't available in Game 7.
Maybe that's a controversial take. Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe it's a disingenuous take because it involves the Nuggets falling into the play-in to draw the number 1 seed Thunder.
But I think your reasoning behind it, I actually like that, of like, I'm not afraid of the big bad wolf. In fact, I want the big bad wolf.
I want the Nuggets to play the Thunder when they can throw their best punch.
Yeah.
And if they're fully healthy at the start of the playoffs, that's the best time.
I mean, it's going to be Oklahoma City, San Antonio 1-2. I guess I don't hate your idea. I hate the play-in thing because it's scary, and one bad night, Jamal's
and you got to play
off.
more basketball just to get into the playoffs.
Exactly right. I guess without play-in scenario, my ideal first-round matchup is, now obviously I'd want them to be higher, but again, I'm talking ideal here. Like the Nuggets are the 4 seed and the Lakers are the 5 seed. First round matchup, you beat them 4-1, you beat them 4-2, something along those lines. See you later, LeBron. LeBron's maybe done in LA and you're the one that kicks him to the curb. I like that idea. But then you're looking at basically in round 2, a San Antonio matchup. That's what that would look like. Because in this scenario, I'm assuming like, all right, Minnesota gets into round 2. You'd go Denver, San Antonio, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and then obviously the winner's going on to the Western Conference Final. And then that doesn't allow San Antonio to beat the crap out of Oklahoma City before you got them.
So if that's the case, then I guess my secondary preference that would involve the Nuggets not having to slip into the play-in, of which they were dangerously close to if they didn't perform the last 2 games the way that they have.
They're still not that far
away.
No.
Yeah, it's a logjam. Then I would almost take your exact scenario and say I'm for it. Just flip the seeds then. Make the Nuggets the 5 seed so that they would have to face the Thunder in the second round.
Yeah,
and I'm still getting
be.
it earlier than the Western Conference Finals. I'm leaving less opportunity for injury or fatigue or whatever. I'm as fresh as I can be when I face the Thunder if I can't face them in the first round, which is asking for a date of last year's postseason, which did not go well for Denver. But I'm telling you, what they've shown me, not just in the last couple of games, because remember, we're old enough to remember, Josh, they beat the Philadelphia 76ers without a single starter or their 2 key reserves in Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway Jr., okay? So Spencer Jones and a lot of the depth players, Tim Hardaway Jr., by the way, playing on a vet minimum contract, Tim Hardaway Jr. giving you 14 points coming off the bench, shooting at an excellent clip from beyond the arc, and frankly, just never seeing a shot he didn't love, has been such a blessing to this Nuggets squad, and Bruce Brown starting to find more of a rhythm in his way, with a different role than he had the first time around with the title squad. This depth core for the Nuggets and the expanded playoff rotation that they're going to have has shown me that I think they are capable of going toe-to-toe with a giant like the Thunder and coming away victorious, even if it takes a 7-round fight or even if they have to play them earlier than intended. So I just want to keep as many factors in play that I can control available to the Nuggets as possible. And with the injury bad luck, I should say, that they've had so far this season, playing the team you're going to have to play in eventually, sooner than later, seems to resonate with me right now.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm not digging my heels in on the Nuggets having to be a 4 seed so they get first-round home court advantage. They haven't been that good at home this year. It's not the end of the world for me. So I don't hate the idea at all. Do not hate it at all. Nuggets fans, what say you? How you feeling? You feel like they're back, or is there still some things that they need to show you? Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos Law. Put your name on your text so we can give you a shout-out at 303-713-1043. And the same deal over on the YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports. Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. All right, I want to hear from Jared Bednar on what his team accomplished last night. Before we do that, how about we give Matt Townsend a chance to be heading to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Matt Townsend, you have that opportunity thanks to 303-LAW-4040. All you have to do is call us back in the next 10 minutes. And if you do that, your name goes into the drawing for our Super Fan Send-Off Grand Prize. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to the event in Vegas. You got to get there. So round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 on a Visa gift card. That could all be yours, Matt Townsend, if you call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. Matt Townsend, you, sir, are on the clock. All right, Richie, let's talk about the Avs. They put it on the Kraken last night. Marty Netschis did something he's never done, which is score his 30th goal of the season. Scott Wedgwood continues to be a stud between the pipes, but Jared Bednar was asked about the power play and the penalty kill starting to come around.
Great start. Top guys were buzzing early and making a bunch of plays and putting a few in the back of the net, so that kind of helped our team relax a little bit. I think we get into penalty trouble and they put a push on in the second period and kind of were outplaying us. We got back on track a little bit by the end of the period once we got 5-on-5 for a little bit, and then the third kind of is what it is. You're just sort of hanging on. So a start like that can set you up for the rest of the game, and it did. We get a big power play goal, and the penalty kill was really good tonight. And so was Wedge in net. Yeah.
Oh, see, I love that he's mentioning Wedgie and net right there. It's interesting to me that he says you're kind of hanging on in that third period because you're up so big, but it's that of like
you're playing keep away,
and you play the clock rather than your opponent, and then that just gets you into, in my opinion, I've seen the Nuggets do this a lot.
Play with your food,
and you start to form these bad habits.
Yeah.
I've told Cecil a million times. My dad yelled at me in my entire life, form good habits, like it's just stuck in my head.
Yeah.
And when I see them play the clock rather than the opponent, I'm like, ooh, you're forming bad habits.
Yeah, because inevitably you are allowing your opponent off the mat to one degree or another. You're not keeping your foot on the gas or your foot on their throat. You're saying, hey, in our minds, we've already beaten you, and there's nothing you can do about it, so go ahead and try. And when you invite that, it might not have that low of a success rate, but it's not a perfect success rate. And you invite that opportunity to where somebody does get up off the mat and pop you in the chin, and suddenly you're the one that's caught on your heels when you had the thing wrapped up if you just kept doing what you were doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that one threw me off a little bit there. But outside of that, I thought they were absolutely outstanding last night. They were in complete control of that game from puck drop to final horn last night. And that's what when you are the better team, you're playing an inferior opponent, and you know you're playing an inferior opponent. Just like Bednar said, you come out, you put your foot on their throat immediately, and you just take all momentum away from them. It was a little like varsity JV-esque last night is what it felt like. Like scrimmage. We used to do that at Niver Creek Middle School. Like, hey, tomorrow at 7 a.m., coach is going to have us scrimmage JV. Show up and let's make them cry.
7 a.m. scrimmages in middle school?
Yeah, you guys didn't do that?
No. In middle school?
Yeah. Well, most of our practices were preschool, before school.
Yeah,
so you're getting there at like 6, and you got to take a shower at school, which is the worst.
I didn't have an athletic prime or career that was anything to call or write home to mom about. But when I was in middle school, I was getting the Heart and Participation Trophy Award for my JV middle school basketball team. That's not a joke. I actually did get that.
Oh, nice.
The Heart of a Champion Award because I hustled.
I couldn't wait for 7 a.m. JV practices because I'm like, We're going to put it on I'm going to make Adrian cry today.
Now, I will say there was a game in middle school where I went to a charter school here in town, and they tried to split varsity and JV. They tried to have two teams, but it was a small. I mean, charter school. Our whole grade was only 44 kids.
Oh wow!
Right. So there
was
wasn't
6-man football like Cecil.
I guess. Yeah. No, we definitely didn't have a football team. But I remember there was a time where they tried to split it, and then they ran out of guys. So they had to ask some of the older 8th grade varsity players to play JV.
That's not
and
fair.
Dude, I played a JV game against 5th and 6th graders or whatever it was. I swear to God, I felt like Shaquille O'Neal. I was like, it was uncomfortable how dominant we were. It honestly felt immoral to just be yamming in middle school form on kids that are so much smaller. Like, I'm not that tall. I'm 5'9" as a 32-year-old adult.
Right.
So in middle school, I wasn't that tall, but I was way taller than these kids. Like cherry picking, you can't reach. Like, it was
You're
unbelievable.
doing that thing on the forehead. Like, you can't
exactly.
pass it.
They're just running at you. Yeah. So middle school apparently was my athletic prime.
There was I went to Niagara Creek Middle School. We were all right at basketball. We were dog, you know what, at football. And we got to play at Kevin will know, Adams, what is that called? Adams 12-star or whatever that
5-star stadium.
5-star stadium was up there
12-star.
off of 92nd. And you're always fired up because you're playing in a stadium and it's cool. And Huron Middle School beat us so badly that in the third quarter, they did the same thing. They're like, 7th graders, get up. 7th graders are now playing in this game. And I blocked, we did a silent count. We're still trying to win. We're getting our ass beat. The 7th graders in. We're on a silent count. And one of the 7th graders wasn't watching the football, was just watching me. And I lit that dude up. And it was like, all right, we lost by 48 points this day, but that kid's going to remember that for the rest of his life. So I felt like there was a little silver lining, you know?
Yeah. Listen, there wasn't a lot of sports available at Parker Cornell's charter school, but
you guys did your best, right?
But we did our best.
All right, what's the latest with the Denver Broncos, and what is Sean Payton and George Payton telling us by the moves they're not making? Let's get into that conversation next.
With the Broncos still needing to find improvement on offense, is there a particular position that moves to the top of the list?
Top of the list for the draft is trying to unearth that guy, that tight end, that in theory can do both. And I know they're hard to find, and I know this is a thin tight end market.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest, Takori.
March 17th through Saturday, March 21st.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Come see the latest from Takori and the best diamond prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles fresh from California.
Plus, listen to this. 3/4 carat diamonds from just $26.95.
Gorgeous 1 carats from just $39.95.
And 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $13,995. Guys, during Bridal Fest, qualified buyers can get 24 months financing, interest-free.
Plus, when you spend $5,000 or more during Bridal Fest, you'll receive a Yeti cooler as our gift.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with special guest Takori, March 17th through Saturday, March 21st at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, your official Takori store.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
You know what I could really go for right now? Literally anything that comes in a McDonald's carton, wrapper, or bag. Or a McDonald's cup. Yes, any of those items should do it.
And if you could go for a deal, now get free medium fries with the purchase of any hot, juicy Quarter Pounder with cheese or new Big Arch. Just what your cravings ordered. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Get the fastest local alerts and accurate 24/7 forecasts with WeatherBug. It's easy to use, so the weather never takes you by surprise. Download the free WeatherBug app today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, the Denver Broncos' worst week ever continues. That's what's been going on this week with 0 additions of external free agents. The Seattle Seahawks added I believe it was a safety last night from Indianapolis. So they won the Super Bowl and are still trying to improve their roster. The Denver Broncos, they came up short in the AFC Championship game and just going to run it back. The news today that Richie Carney and I have been talking about, as Richie sitting in for Cecil today, is Jaleel McLaughlin. Ian Rappaport had the tweet that they're bringing back the versatile running back that is Jaleel McLaughlin. And Jaleel has been, look, it's harsh, it's a little disrespectful, but it's also the truth. Jaleel McLaughlin has been nothing but a disappointment as a Denver Bronco. He's been here for 3 years. In 2024, he had his best year where he rushed for 496 yards. He's got 3 touchdowns in 3 years. His role obviously diminished last year because of the addition of J.K. Dobbins. So again, that's telling me you had this guy. You didn't think he was good enough. You drafted and signed a free agent to replace him or take his reps away. And then now, 3 years later, you bring him back as that running back that will most likely be the extra man, the odd man out, and not get a jersey on game day. So, Richie, this is an offseason where we said, man, they need a tight end. They need to upgrade there. They need a running back. They need to figure out what they're doing at inside linebacker. They've brought back Justin Strenad, which I actually really like. They've brought back Alex Singleton, which I don't hate, but probably wouldn't have been my first choice. They let Greenlaw walk. He actually ends up back in San Francisco, which I don't mind. And then in your tight end room, you literally, running back and tight end, the 2 biggest needs for this team, they're bringing back the same exact bodies to hope, and that's all they can do is just hope that they're going to be better now.
Yeah, Josh, because it's not as if we're operating in an offseason where the two biggest position groups of need for the Denver Broncos were running back and tight end. The two position groups on the roster that you literally could least afford to run it back with, more so than inside linebacker by a mile, is running back and tight end.
Yeah.
And the tight end one, I got to be honest, stings a little bit more than the running back one. Because you know what? J.K. Dobbins was a top 5 or fringe top 5 running back when healthy. He just didn't stay healthy like he hasn't at any point in his career. And I think people are going to remember that as he's been clapping back all week, since he signed that extension.
Screenshotting those tweets?
Yeah, and you know what? That's fair, because if you want the smoke, be ready for it. And I love J.K. I'm not even mad they brought J.K. back. But any move that involved bringing J.K. back was a J.K. and. And the answer to the and can't be Tyler Bidet, Jaleel McLaughlin, and R.J. Harvey.
Yeah.
It had to come with another free agent acquisition. Because frankly, drafting another running back to me doesn't do it. A drafted running back is just as much of an unproven commodity and just as risky in some ways as overpaying for a more proven commodity in free agency and having it underperform. I think that's been a fascinating way to look at this Broncos offseason, which I asked Schlereth about it earlier this week. There's two schools of thought in the offseason, free agency, and the draft, and some are better for plugging holes than others based on what you need, right? The Broncos are in a Super Bowl window, are they not?
They are.
With a quarterback on a rookie contract for a little bit longer.
They're 60 minutes away from it last year.
Yep.
3 months ago.
Yep. And so one could argue that they fall under the category pretty clearly of a team that would be willing to go dip into free agency. And before the keyboard warriors out there go, teams that spend big in free agency never make it to the Super Bowl. Guess who were two of the top 4 spenders in free agency were last year? Patriots and the Seahawks. Okay? Doesn't mean it happens like that every year, but don't tell me that it's an isolated example.
It's always you don't win the Super Bowl on the first day of free agency.
Yeah.
You can lose it, though.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think we're at. So, Josh, which to you would sting more? Taking some swings and misses on splashes in free agency, whether it's wide receiver, tight end, running back, the way they did last offseason with a miss in Dre Greenlaw. Right now, frankly, a miss in Evan Ingram. And a whiff on J.K. Dobbins in a sense that he couldn't be the complete plan that they asked him to be, and R.J. Harvey wasn't enough to compensate. So does swinging and missing again at those positions in free agency and spending money that you have to spend hurt more, or ignoring that, saying we're going to push our chips into the draft, drafting a guy, maybe even with high draft capital, and then finding out that guy's either not the guy or the runway for him to be the guy, a la R.J. Harvey, is maybe a little bit longer than you thought it would be for a team that's kind of on a short leash with a Super Bowl window.
Dude, I will never, and we'll be critical because it's what we do for a living, but there's always that criticism with some grace of you took the bat off your shoulder and you swang it. I will give a little bit more room for those that are willing to take the bat off their shoulder and try it. That's what this is all about. Take a chance. Try something. Don't just stand pat. I said it yesterday. When your feet are planted and you think I'm doing just fine, man. I got my feet planted and I feel good about where I am. Well, that's going on. The rest of the world is passing you by. And that's what's happening right now with the Denver Broncos. The Patriots who beat them to get to the Super Bowl, have they got better? They certainly have. I mean, inside of their own division, the Chiefs have put themselves in a position to be back. The Chargers are going to be healthier and have made how about this? The Chargers went, wow, we got hurt last year with our offensive linemen. We're healthy again. Now let's get depth in case that happens to us again. We have a solution to the problem. Denver looks at this and goes, all right, one, we're such good coaches that we're going to coach him up. Or this development, like Sean always says, 3 years for his draft. I guess he must be ready for this next draft class to completely pop and make a major impact. The only other thing I can say is it's that. I would give them a lot more credit for simply trying things and missing than being too scared to try.
Yeah, I think that's fair because you took the bat off your shoulder.
Yeah.
Right?
What would you rather do in life? Say you tried or always go, oh, you know what? I wanted to be on radio. I wanted to chase a career in radio, and I never did. Or I chased a career in radio, and this is what happened.
Yeah. No, I'm sitting in front of this chair with you right now in part because I was a server and a bartender at Perry's Steakhouse in Park Meadows.
Yeah, you have the best story ever.
Mark Schlereth and his wife walked into a restaurant as an aspiring person trying to break into the media, the journalism field. I said, if I don't shoot my shot with this guy who's coming to eat in my restaurant, he literally walked into my front yard.
Yeah.
if I don't shoot my shot with this guy, I'm never going to have a better chance. I did take that chance. It broke for me. It paid off for me, and I've been able to work hard and do those things. But I'm not sitting here, I should say, in front of you right now if I didn't take the bat off my shoulder when I easily could have talked myself out of it or rationalized or logicked myself out of it going, like, it's not the right environment. That's not the right time.
Yeah.
Conventionally, that's not how it's done, blah, 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 whatever. So I if you're asking me personally,
you took the
bat
off your shoulder.
I took the bat off my shoulder, and it's paid off for me and will probably, hopefully, pay off for me for the rest of my life.
I honestly think there's so many stories like that. And it's the folks that take the bat off their shoulder. That story goes with, yeah, I took a chance, and then a decade later, this has happened. Or a couple of years later, this has happened because you have to put the work in. It doesn't work like that in professional sports. You take the bat, and you can pretty much know the result sooner rather than later.
Home run only takes one swing.
That's exactly right. I am all for guys giving opportunities. Like I said, we still be critical. We're critical on Evan Ingram. They took the bat off and they missed, but they get the credit for taking the bat off the shoulder.
But just because you struck out in the first inning doesn't mean when you come back up in the fifth that you go, you know what, I'm going to check swing that.
I'm still swinging for the fences every time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I went to the media school, and that helped me get going, but I was late to my first class, and you know Eric Goodman was my instructor there at the time. This is 17 years ago, and I was late. In my mind, I had a good reason. I was talking to financial aid. I'm like, hey, guys, I'm broke. I'm not sure how you're going to get the money out of me, but I'd like to go to the school. And so I'm late. And I'm like, oh, I could be late. I'm going to tell him I was meeting with financial aid and everything's going to be cool. And I'm late, and he literally hammered on the table when I walk in. And I'm like, I don't even know who you are. A couple cute chicks in the class. You're really ruining my vibe here.
Yeah, come on, dude. Be cool.
And he goes, what's your name? And I'm like, Josh. And he's like, you just got fired from radio. And I'm like, oh, this is a cool first day.
Sick, dude.
And he's like, you're late. This is your radio show. You're late. You just got fired. And after that class, when I lick my wounds, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask him. I go up to him, and I say, Mr. Goodman, do you need an intern for anything? I got to fill up my internship hours, and I'd love to work for you. And he said, I can't believe you're up here asking me that question after how this class started. And it's almost the same thing. I'm like, had to ask. I was embarrassed like crazy. And I got the internship. I started over where Eric was working. That's literally how I got my foot in the door in this business.
I'll go one step further quickly because I know we got to get out because we're telling stories I've never heard or told on the air before. But I went to Michigan State. I'm very proud of it.
Yeah.
That's my school. You have Indiana and all that. But I didn't get accepted to Michigan State University right away. I actually got declined.
I did not know this.
I got declined on a technicality because I applied as a transfer student. I only had one semester of transfer credits, not a full year, even though I had good grades. And the other semester was sent going to EMT school to be an EMT basic,
nice.
which I got certified to do as well. And I changed my mind on what I wanted to do. And I remember being so crushed because my high school girlfriend, who I was following out to Michigan, she was a scholarship gymnast, got a scholarship to another school in Michigan at the time. And so that's what I started looking out there. She went somewhere. I chose Michigan State. But I was pissed and crushed and devastated at 18 years old because then I wasn't going to get to leave to go to college with her because I didn't get accepted like I thought I would. And I remember thinking that, I'm like, you know what? I got to call the admissions office. I got to see what I did wrong, what happened, so I can fix it and re-enroll in the spring, and I'll only be a semester behind. So I called, ended up getting bounced around to 3 or 4 different people, ultimately get to talk to the person who signed off on my decision letter, who's looking over it and going, you know what? This is a BS technicality. We should be able to do something better about this. Asked me to gather a couple of things, said keep your fingers crossed, no promises. 3 days later, my decision to get enrolled into college got flipped from denied to accepted. So the only reason I even got into the college of my dreams in the first place was because I made a phone call after I was told no the first time. The Broncos are running it back with the same exact squad, which has its own positive implications and benefits. If you have a good team with good players, there's nothing wrong with retaining them. But they have weaknesses, and some of them are the exact same weaknesses they had last offseason, and right now they're not doing anything to address it and putting all of that hope and emphasis on doing it in the draft, which is just as unpredictable in a lot of ways and maybe more predictable as free agency. I just find it to be a flawed strategy because we don't operate in a vacuum where the rest of the league, literally all 31 teams, are doing things to at least try to make their teams better.
It's well said. That is very, very well said. I don't get it either. Let's talk about some of those other teams that are doing some things. We didn't talk about that Daniel Jones contract yet. Let's get into that and what that means for another AFC team that could be in your way. And we wondered how long it would take, but it went down yesterday. Kyler Murray finally has himself a new home. We'll talk about what that means up in Minnesota coming up next.
Is there still a mystery ingredient that could hold the Broncos offense back?
Whatever grade or level you had this Broncos offense at last year, do you honestly believe that they're going to make this huge, significant leap, and they missed out on that chance because they didn't sign Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne or Tyler Algier, Rico Dowdle, or any of these guys? You really believe that this is what's going to hold them back?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If your heat or AC is running way more than it should, no matter the weather, there's a good chance your window insulation has failed. And when that happens, all your warm air escapes in the winter, as you're seeing it outside right now. But we know Colorado, that weather can change. You got to have your windows ready for that. And that's why the pros at Window Nation are such a game changer. They'll help you replace those older builder-grade windows with custom-built, energy-efficient windows at a great price. And right now is the perfect time to upgrade every window in your home, because the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all window styles. And you can ask windownation.com about their flexible financing to $0 down and payments as low as $199 a month. WindowNation.com. People trust them. A+ rating with the BBB, a 50-point factory inspection, a 20-point installation inspection, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Are you kidding me? These guys are awesome. Don't wait. The sale ends soon. Put an end to your window problems. To schedule your fast, free estimate, go to WindowNation.com.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again, so call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey guys, your boy Snake here. Just because it's winter doesn't mean I'm sitting around waiting for the spring. I'm planning the yard, moving dirt, getting things ready for what's next. My friends at Beaux-Arts Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, they're doing their cleaning right now too. It's the Not So Winter event. Between everyday driving, busy schedules, and everything life throws at you, your vehicle works hard. And if you've been thinking about upgrading, now's the time to clean up your driveway and drive something new. Only at Beaux-Arts Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet. The Not So Winter event going on right now.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. And people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and Cecil. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. During my football career, I've seen every kind of medical tech there is. I finally stopped ignoring my joint pain, and I want to tell you guys about RegenerX. They have a blueprint to recovery that is next level. From stem cells to shockwave therapy, it's non-surgical and there's no downtime. Don't just settle for average results with outdated equipment. Go to a clinic that's leading the way. RegenerX offers free consultations, so you need to give them a call today at 303-630-9770 today, or visit regenerx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you. Take back control of your life.
Denver Sports is your home for Broncos free agency. Stay locked into 104.3 The Fan and head to DenverSports.com for up-to-the-minute news on the latest Broncos moves. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver's.
Your chance at $5,000 is at DenverSports.com/bracket. That's where you go to enter our 5K bracket challenge. Big shout out to Bryant, Colorado, and Xfinity for putting this together. If you think you can pick the perfect bracket, well, prove it. Don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. Get signed up right now. Here's what I would do. I'd go sign up and then get ready to pick the games when everything's final. That way you don't have to worry about it. You just go pick games and you're in at DenverSports.com/bracket. Go there. Get signed up. Richie Carney, who is in for Cecil Lammy today. Richie, we knew that Daniel Jones got himself a 2-year contract with the Indianapolis Colts. He's going to make a bunch of money in the next 2 years, but they didn't want to go deeper than that 2 years just to figure out what's going to happen with Daniel, his play, his body, as that became an issue with injuries last year. But the Indianapolis Colts, you said it earlier, Richie, they were one of the 3 teams that beat the Broncos in the regular season, and it happened to come on a walk-off field goal. And then it was consecutive weeks, right? Colts-Chargers is how they lost 2 out of their 3 games. So are the Colts going to continue to be players? We know that they lost Pittman. He went to, where did he go, Pittsburgh?
Yep.
They give Alec Pierce a major, major contract. I don't know that that was the best move, but how are you viewing the Colts as a team that's in the way of the Broncos in the AFC?
I think they're obviously a regression candidate because, let's be honest, we didn't expect Daniel Jones to be who he was at all coming into that season. And he proved everybody wrong because not only was he that guy at the start, he maintained that for a good chunk of the season. There were some games where it was like, okay, that's the Daniel Jones that many of us remember and that Giants fans have a little PTSD because of. But no, man, he was playing at a really high level for a good stretch of that season. And the Colts responded in kind by shipping out multiple first-round picks, making big swing trades, pushing themselves all in on a window.
Oh, that's right. They got Sauce from New York.
They got Sauce from New York, right? And because of that, after Daniel Jones got hurt and the whole Phillip Rivers thing and that other third-string kid, who I don't remember who it was, the season complexity changed for them. That being said, they clearly envisioned, if you believe the reporting that was out there from the national talking heads, the Jeremy Fowlers and the like, that he's their vision moving forward. And they tagged him with the full intent of getting a deal done, which they do. And because you traded away multiple first-round picks, you're kind of pot committed to a guy like Daniel Jones. So the question becomes, will he be that guy again?
Yeah.
I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think the Daniel Jones we're going to get in 2026 is somewhere between the MVP caliber candidate that he was early in the season and the guy we remember him being prior to last year. So does that mean that the Colts are a serious playoff threat or a serious AFC threat? I don't know. Remains to be seen about how the rest of the AFC, including the Chiefs, who had a really down year, seem to bounce back. The Ravens, who had a really down year, seem to bounce back. The Bengals, all those big name, Big Five quarterbacks that are missing from the postseason picture. I doubt they're all going to be missing again.
Yeah, that's a great
the way
point.
that things paid. So I think some of that is we're going to have to see how the dice fall. But yeah, I think the Broncos and the Colts are both similarly viewed in a sense of hey, they outpaced some pretty significant projections, and it's not going to surprise anybody if they slide back a little bit. It's just a matter of, is it 1 game, 2 games? Is it a 4-game regression, the way some are projecting, in the over-unders when you're talking about win totals?
Yep.
That's just what remains to be seen.
So it's to me all right, the Colts, you go, man, I can't break the bank for a dude like Daniel Jones, but he's got QB next to his name. That comes with a certain type of contract commitment. And I think they did that. They gave it to him. I'd actually forgot about the Sauce move. So, honestly, you go, hey, all right, we think we're in this little window, but we're not sure how long that's going to be. Let's keep it together. Let's go all in a little bit by getting Sauce, gambling with this year's draft pick and next year's draft pick. But then you go, all right, the year after that, we kind of know who we are or who we are not. and then you get to decide what direction you're going.
At that point, Jones will be up for another extension, and you'll have first-round picks back to where if it doesn't bottom out, you're in position to probably take a quarterback and hope that the class has elevated you to a point where you're ready to do that.
Our man Kevin Kistner has on the top of his wish list, like a lot of texters do, Justin Jefferson at the top of it, which highly unlikely this time.
Sure. Why stop there? Where's Jamar Chase?
Right. Let's get everybody.
Yeah.
Go get Saquon in Philly. If Kyler Murray beats out what's the other guy? JJ McCarthy.
Very forgettable.
Yeah, very forgettable. Both of them are actually, Kyler or JJ. Let's say whoever wins that quarterback competition now that Kyler's there. He grew up a Vikings fan and everybody thought that was cute. Would Justin Jefferson ever request a trade, and how do you see it going there in Minnesota? Is Kyler Murray better than J.J. McCarthy? Yes, I think that. Is Kyler Murray good enough to get the Vikings back in contention? Absolutely not.
Not a freaking chance, man. What a disaster. What a disaster they're about to be headed for. And I have a lot of respect for Kevin O'Connell. I think he is firmly in that. He might be the newest kid in that fraternity, in the Heisman Clubhouse, right? Of the Sean McVays, the Kyle Shanahans, the Andy Reids, and I would argue the Kevin O'Connells when you're talking about QB rehab professors. I think Kevin O'Connell is in that category. But man, this one feels weird because you just invested high draft capital in J.J. McCarthy, and he turned out to be a Dorkosaurus and somebody that can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And you don't want to throw in the towel on a guy in 1 year, even if he did go to the University of Michigan. But you do have a lot of questions to the point where you're bringing in another very controversial, highly polarizing quarterback option in Kyler Murray, a guy that athletically has a lot of positive traits and somebody that has the potential to run around and make some highlight dazzle plays. But it's everything between those highlight dazzle plays that has you going, dear God. And we're talking about a proverbial video game clause in a contract extension. And every time Call of Duty releases a new game, it's like Kyler Murray stock tanks and all that. They've done, Kevin O'Connell and that QB school professor group has done a lot of great things. Look what it did for Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Going to multiple stints across his career. I just don't see it working for Kyler Murray. I don't see it working in 1 year, which is where his deal is at now.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really confusing precedent with J.J. McCarthy, who you've now still got in the building. What are you supposed to tell that guy, and how's that going to do for his confidence after the rookie season he just had?
Go meditate on that one, Mr. McCarthy.
Yeah.
See how far that gets you. I did like, and I put it out on my Twitter just with a retweet. There was some account taking a shot at Kyler Murray and said, Kyler Murray took time to say hello and shake the hands of everybody in the Vikings facility on his way out. And then there's like a 2-year-old walking up a ramp, just shaking the hands of everybody getting on an airplane. I thought it was pretty funny, making fun of the little guy that is Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. And I guess best case scenario for everybody else that's not named Minnesota is it doesn't work and Justin Jefferson does get frustrated, and then there becomes a standoff between player and team, and we'll see who wins the Jefferson sweepstakes.
Yep. Sounds like a problem for the Twin Cities.
Yeah,
Good.
exactly.
Go for it.
Sucks to suck, Minnesota.
If Justin Jefferson ever does make himself available, I'll happily take a ticket and stand in line for that sweepstakes.
Yeah, that's right. We'll hope that we get the golden ticket. All right, hour 3 done. Lunch hour done on a Friday. We're getting ready to get into victory formation. That's our final hour on a Friday. We want to talk about these Denver Nuggets. Hear a little bit from Jamal and do a little looking at the standings as to where they are now and how high they can get in the West before we start the postseason. That's coming up next.
Tournament time is here, and so is your shot at $5,000. Head to DenverSports.com/bracket to enter our 5K Bracket Challenge, presented by Bryant, Colorado. Think you can pick the perfect bracket? Prove it, but don't wait. Entries close before tip-off on March 19th. That's DenverSports.com/bracket. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's going on, guys? Philip Lindsay here. Are you facing an unexpected out-of-pocket expense for your new roof? In 2024 and 2025, 37% of insurance storm claims have gone unpaid. Before you commit a costly full replacement, you need to give Roof Restore Denver a call today. Their roof repair and shingle rejuvenation process can save you up to 80% compared to replacing your roof. They're going to restore the essential oils in your asphalt shingles, extend their lifespan, improve durability, and even enhance curb appeal. Plus, every service includes a 5-year transferable warranty. So give Roof Restore Denver a call today at 720-749-9777 or visit roofrestoredenver.com. Again, that's roofrestoredenver.com.
Hello, Colorado. This is David Chemansky with U.S. Mortgages, the home of Yes, You're Approved. Have you wanted to purchase a home or refinance one and been told no due to high debt ratios, low credit scores, employment length, or any other options that most banks deny? Well, we've expanded our guidelines to allow no W-2s or tax return options. If you're finding it hard going a traditional route, you might just need an out-of-the-box lender. We can approve with bank statements only, asset depletion, DSCR, DTIs over 50%, and less than perfect credit is okay. Don't let fear or someone else's no stop you from saving money on a home you own or buying one. At U.S. Mortgages, we say yes. No upfront fees and no risk, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. Equal housing lender. License 392126.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040, the husband and wife law firm where you don't get passed around to a law clerk or some call center overseas. You always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
SodaWeightLoss.com is state-of-the-art, and SodaWeightLoss.com helped me lose 60 pounds a few years ago, and I've never gained the weight back. Why? I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. I had a real nutritionist there to help me along the way through my journey. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight? 1-866-800-SODA. Online at SodaWeightLoss.com. They are there for you like they were there for me. It's SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state-of-the-art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Hour to go before we get out of the way for the drive. Zach By and Philip Lindsay, those boys will get you home as they do every day. But the 1 o'clock hour, our fourth quarter on a Friday, well, we like to call that
victory formation.
Get a bit of this.
And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation.
Just because it rips. Victory! That's where we're at, Richie, on a Friday with 1 hour to go. Pretty fired up to enjoy a weekend.
Let's go.
Talk about things we're doing a little later on this weekend. I want to talk some Nugs and Avs. We're going to get back to a Broncos conversation. I like a question I'm seeing from my man Dan in Windsor up on the RamosLaw.com text line. We'll get into that, Dan, in this hour. I promise you that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the Denver Nuggets. I wanted to talk about where they're at in the standings, and then I wanted to hear from David Adelman and Jamal Murray. All right, if you look right now, the Nuggets are in the 6th seed, tied. They got one more win and one more loss than the Houston Rockets. So they're there with a split, but Houston sitting in front of them at the 4 seed. Only a half game behind the Lakers at a 3 seed. I mean, and now we're talking, getting close to or will be soon double digits between Oklahoma City and San Antonio. It's already double digits there. 1 and 2, in my mind, are basically locked up. This is 3 through 6, and then as you mentioned earlier, 3 through really 8. If we're talking about play-in, 3 through 7 with what Phoenix has been able to do as of late. But the brand of basketball I'm watching from the Denver Nuggets, because of Cam, because of Christian, because of Jamal and his I'm not going to accept this basically in the fourth quarter of the last few games. I really like who this team's becoming. I'm watching David kind of narrow down his rotations. Once Payton gets back, probably means it's going to stink for Cecil because it's his guy. Julian Strawther's probably done. His time playing is probably done for the year because they're going to narrow this thing down, and it seems like Val, Julian are going to be the odd man out, and that's all right in my mind. Now we get to scoreboard watch Houston, Minnesota, and the Lakers.
Yeah, because listen, man, just like you're a half game back on the Lakers for the 3 seed, you're only a half game up on the Timberwolves for the 6 seed, and you're only a game and a half up on the Suns flirting with play-in territory. So, and I did not think the Suns were going to be the team
I didn't
that
either,
they are either. So I'm sure Dante Gomez is reminded. This logjam that seems to exist in the Western Conference the last handful of years, where the difference between like 3 and 7 is such a small amount of games that can shift things one way or the other, and the way we just don't know how the bracket's going to look, and there's no real way to plan or look ahead to those things until basically the dust settles on the regular season. It's a stressful time to be in, and that's why I agree with you. I think it's encouraging that the Nuggets over the last small stretch of games here, but specifically the last 2, when you're talking about blowing out Houston and then finding themselves some onions, gut-checking themselves on a back-to-back with a crazy flight situation and without Aaron Gordon. I know Victor Wembanyama didn't play either. To dig themselves out of a 20-point second-quarter deficit to claw back and win that game with some really encouraging, eye-popping stats to get you there.
Yeah, that's what it is. Some of those eye-popping. It's, to me, I say the eye test a lot. Have the Nuggets not completely passed the eye test the last 2 nights? Now, I know last night it felt like you're kind of dragging them to the finish line to compete and finish what they ultimately were able to do, but it's those little things, man, of people fitting into their roles. We kind of stumbled upon this, and I landed on it based on something you were saying about the Nuggets, of defining these roles. Everybody knows who Joker and Jamal are. When it's crunch time, dribble handoff, high pick and rolls, that's going to be your offense. What's Cam Johnson's role? I think it's taking 8 to 10 shots, being a participant in transition basketball, either a willing passer or willing runner that will finish at the rim, which a big old dunk last night for Cam in transition. He can do that. Christian has the same role with less responsibility to knock down jump shots. Aaron Gordon has, basically, Aaron's in a really great spot. Hey, Aaron, use all of your energy on defense, and whatever you can give us on offense is just icing on the cake. Then you get Payton and Watson. Hey, you're our perimeter defender coming off the bench if you don't start. And Tim Hardaway Jr., he's got the same role he always has. Catch, shoot, catch, shoot, catch, shoot. That's what these last 15, 16 games are about. We know the roles. Define them, master them, so that when round 1 comes and you're playing LA or Houston, whomever it may be, there's not this question mark of what's my assignment? What am I supposed to do here? You know what you're supposed to do. Perfect it.
And I'll be honest with you, there's a part of me, Josh, that over the last 2 games have seen some things that kind of tickle the back of your brain and go, God, where have I seen that before? And it's because we saw it just a handful of years ago under the tutelage of Michael Malone. But it was things that worked pretty damn well, and they worked damn well in the last 2 games. Watching Christian Brown run back up and down the court and embody that excellent transition offensive scorer that he is, and the way he kind of carved a name for himself as a 6-man coming off the bench on a title team in his rookie season, and how that transitioned into him being the replacement for KCP with the confidence he instilled in that, getting the contract extension that he did, and then kind of having things turn on its head a little bit with the David Adelman approach of slowing things down, becoming more of a half-court, sets and runs type of team. It was nice to see him get out and run a little bit in a year that he's had a little bit of an up-and-down roller coaster type of thing from a health and a production standpoint. It was nice to see Cam Johnson get involved against Houston in the same way, and I think both of those players, having the games they had against Houston, contributed to the fact that the Nuggets were able to not throw in the towel, pack it ahead for the Lakers game this weekend, and say, you know what, the Spurs got us even without Wemby. We're just going to lick our wounds and live to fight another day. The confidence that's instilled when you're flashing back to some of those things that we saw during the Malone era was encouraging to me, and something that I think they should lean maybe a little bit more into.
It's like you're building character, right?
Yep.
Hey, we're never out. You said it earlier. Like, you're never out. You're going to be down in some playoff games. No reason to just pack it up and get ready for the next game. Jamal talked about that, showing their character with wins like last night.
Honestly, it's really fun. Those are the moments you live for. These are the games you live for. It may not be playoffs, but these wins mean a lot, and it says a lot about your character as a group on the road, dealing with adversity, all the stuff that you guys don't need to know about. But it's amazing just to see this group to come away with a victory.
I love that part. The stuff you guys don't need to know about. Yeah. He's right.
Yeah.
Not all of that is for us, and we're in the business of consuming the media that they may put out. But I love that. You said it earlier, and I was like the leader of the, hey, what the hell's wrong with Jamal Murray, captain, right? Yep. I was loud about my opinion. And you know why I was? Because I knew this dude lived in there somewhere. And now we're seeing the best version of Jamal. The reason they're going to fight for a top 3-4 seed in the West is because of Jamal Murray. And those things right there, and this doesn't matter as much, but it just shows you how engaged he is and the intent behind his basketball year. He used to write all this stuff off. Oh, you guys are stupid in the media. I don't care. Your questions don't matter. He's given the time. He's being genuine. He's giving an honest answer. It's just like Jamal Murray has returned to the guy that I actually think has fallen a little bit more back in love with basketball, who he is, what's in front of him. And then, like I've said, he finally understands that he plays a part in what the legacy is of Nikola Jokic. And he understands that responsibility and accepts that responsibility.
Listen, the fall of the Nuggets, for whatever, I'll use air quotes around fall, because you're talking about a head coach that is the best head coach in franchise history in Michael Malone, helped bring the city its first title in the NBA. You fired that guy with 3 games left to go in a regular season because it was so toxic and unbearable in this war with Calvin Booth and Michael Malone. And Calvin Booth can do as many awkward, weird podcast interviews that he wants to do. He's not going to convince me or anyone else who has eyeballs and was watching and reading and listening to what was going on that it was any different than that. And I don't think it's that crazy that he's not running an NBA team right now. I know, hot take.
Right.
But
watch out for Penn State. He's now helping out over there.
Yeah, it's great. But it fell off from the year they won the title, where it looked like the world was their oyster and they had so much in front of them. And that takes a toll on a team internally and the players culturally, and you have to kind of reinvent yourself. And I had said going into the doldrums of this season, where the injury bug had just hit them with a sledgehammer and they just looked listless and lost and the vibes were just really bad, I said, you know what? In my opinion, it kind of feels like these guys are going through a little bit of an identity crisis. Like the things that the well that they kept tapping from during their title run, where they could just rely on the 2-man game with Jokic and Murray, which was the best, in my opinion, in the NBA at the time, and you had role players and key guys in key spots that could do their role when asked to do it. Bruce Brown being that defensive pit bull type of presence, KCP hitting open shots, Christian Brown being your spark plug off the bench, all of those things. And even the other veteran vets, like the Crayola crew, like Marilat likes to call them, with Green and all that. They didn't have that anymore, and it felt like you kept reaching for something because that's where it always used to be, and then you're like, where is it? That's where I always have my keys. They're not there anymore, and they didn't really know what to do. And I think they've kind of come through the crucible slowly and painfully but surely over the course of this stretch of games down the back end of the season, and it feels like they're coming out the other side. And Jamal Murray, through this evolution process where he's having the best individual season of his career, has maybe taken a little bit more onus or ownership of a situation that says, hey, what we've been doing isn't good enough, and if anybody's going to need to be better, I have just as much skin as the next guy,
right,
including the Joker, and I need to elevate my game in order to make sure that I'm not the reason why we aren't getting to where I know we can go. And I think he deserves credit for that. Jokic is always feeling like he's being that of like analyzing the situation, trying to adjust his own game. He started taking more threes because he knew they needed more volume three-point shooting, and now he's become better at that.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon, same thing. It felt like it was kind of Jamal's turn to take those reins and run with it, and he has.
He won't be in the conversation because it's a statistical category and an award. But if we were just going, hey, who you were a year ago versus who you are now, Jamal Murray would be in the running for most improved player in my mind because of who he is as a basketball player. The numbers won't put him in that conversation, but us here, the ones that follow this team in the trenches day to day, they know what kind of player he was and is now, and it's a world of difference.
And I'll say it real quickly on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-731-1043. I'm getting it from the 6037. Of course Jamal's back on board. $52 million will do that to you. I disagree. Jamal Murray looked like the least happy guy to ever make $200 million in his life.
Right after he got it.
Right after he got it, he's talking about, well, I'm just kind of biding time to get to the UFC, and that was all that. He lost media day after signing a $200 million contract. So I don't think this is about money.
No.
This is personal within himself and the drive that he once had that maybe he lost a little bit.
Respect the text, but I'm with you on that. All right, let's talk some Avs. What Bedsy say about another multi-point night from Nathan McKinnon? We'll find out next.
With the lack of external moves in free agency, are the Broncos telling us exactly what they think about their roster internally?
Whatever grade or level you had this Broncos offense at last year, do you honestly believe that they're going to make this huge, significant leap, and they missed out on that chance because they didn't sign Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne or Tyler Algier or Rico Dowdle or any of these guys? You really believe that this is what's going to hold them back?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention families of loved ones in nursing homes, whether past or present. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse or neglect while living in a nursing facility, listen closely. You may be entitled to significant financial compensation. Across the country, nursing homes have been cited for unsafe conditions, understaffing, and failures that put residents at serious risk. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, medical neglect, malnutrition, and unexplained injuries can happen when facilities fail to protect those in their care. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse of any kind while in a nursing home, you may have the right to pursue justice. Speaking up could help protect your loved one and prevent the same harm from happening to others. Call our Nursing Home Abuse Helpline now for a free and confidential claim review to see if your case may qualify for substantial compensation. Call now. Time to file may be limited.
Call 800-711-4497. That's 800-711-4497. 800-711-4497.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Just because it's winter doesn't mean I'm sitting around waiting for the spring. I'm planting the yard, moving dirt, getting things ready for what's next. My friends at Beaux-Arts Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, they're doing their cleaning right now too. It's the Not So Winter event. Between everyday driving, busy schedules, and everything life throws at you, your vehicle works hard. And if you've been thinking about upgrading, now's the time to clean up your driveway and drive something new. Only at Beaux-Arts Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet. The Not So Winter event going on right now.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here. Winter might be hanging on, but you know Colorado, warm one day, freezing the next. And trust me, summer is coming in hot. Beat the rush with an early bird air conditioner tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of March. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Big win for the Avs last night. Beat up on the JV Kraken. Thanks to a multi-point night from Nathan McKinnon. Thanks to Scott Wedgwood doing what Scott Wedgwood does. And thanks to Marty Netchus getting his 30th goal. By the way, we just got to mention it again because we haven't in a couple hours. That goal itself. Nas, settle it down. Find Nate. Nate with the perfect pass through. I mean, was that passing lane the size of a puck?
Literally.
That's what it looked like as it went through a couple of sticks of some Kraken players, and then Marty buried that bad boy past the netminder. That goal right there, I like to say, like basketball porn. That's hockey porn right there.
Oh, my gosh.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that cross-ice pass that set up the goal. I literally sat up or almost half stood up in my chair. I was like, whoa! That's just one of those moments that, in that moment, it was like, the Avs are about to F some you-know-what up.
Yep.
They are about to smack that
We're here to
ass.
bleep some bleep up.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Step Brothers interview.
Yeah.
And, that was – and to see it happen the way that it happened with the people that made it happen, good call. Good call. I got a little excited.
Yeah, that's all right.
The way that it cost them against Edmonton and the way that he was able to come out and record 4 points, the way that 2 of those points also came from Nicholas Waugh and Nazem Kadri getting back involved post-trade deadline.
How about Nick Waugh's goal, too, right in front? Where you hear that, Brent Burns? Right in front. Pretty interesting spot to be in.
Yeah.
It was Cecil's question yesterday. Would Nate come out angry, hair on fire? And you just said it. He certainly did. a 4-point night. He continues to just create some separation in this Hart conversation. Bedsy talked about Nate being a star last night.
I mean, I just felt like, even under pressure at times, and I love the way he defended tonight. Like, he was stripping guys of pucks and getting physical at times in the D zone and getting us started. But it just seemed like every time he got the puck, he knew where it was going and he knew where the open man was. And a lot of the times that was Marty with speed, and they had good chemistry tonight.
Good chemistry tonight. How about that, too? He's giving McKinnon a little love for his defensive. When's the last time? Who talks about Nate's defensive awareness and performance? It's always about the fastest kid alive and his offensive performance. But a 4-point night and then getting love from your coach for what you did defensively, I don't know that it gets any better for Nathan McKinnon outside of a Gordie Howe hat trick.
Yeah, the best. No, I agree with you. And Nate's one of those guys that I feel like he's hard to criticize at times, similar to how we talk about Jokic, right? Because he's just such an exceptional player, and he means so much to the way that the Avalanche operate. And so, yeah, it was an encouraging performance from him. I said it earlier in the show. I said it earlier today, and I'll say it again. When you talk about encouraging, the first two players that come to my mind after last night's game, Scott Wedgwood and Marty friggin' Netchis. Talk about two dudes that are, in Wedgwood's case, making as good of a case as you possibly could to be a backup goaltender that should be a starting goaltender in the postseason, let alone going forward in the regular season. And Marty Netchis, the way that he was criticized, held under speculation, unfairly or fairly, as a part of the Mikko Rantanen trade, with how emotional and explosive that was, and the way that things didn't look the way in the postseason that they did during his first regular season here. Tell you what, man, he looked unbelievable in the Olympics, and even playing for a team like Czechia for a good stretch of the Olympic break was a top point scorer in the Olympics, despite the fact that Team Canada is as stacked as they were, Team USA, even Finland and Sweden. And then the tear that he's been on since they returned from the Olympics, we talked about Olympic hangover and all that stuff. Not for Marty Netchis, bro.
No.
That guy is flirting with 20 points produced since they came back from the Olympics.
How much of that playoffs lives in the back of your head, or that little, the little Marty that pops up on your shoulder? It's like, no, I'm good. And then the other Marty pops up that's from the playoffs and like, am I good? Because I can't get that out of my head, what he didn't do a year ago.
And I think that's fair. And when the playoffs come around this time around, that's going to be something. That's a storyline. That's going to be a thread that we pull on and something we're going to be watching for. And if it starts to lean in that direction, there's going to be people that are going, okay, right? But all I'm saying is he's giving me, and I'm sure plenty of other Avs fans, enough rope and enough reason to say, you know what? That guy looks different than the guy who came in midway through the season and had to jump onto a train that was already moving. This time, this is a bullet train heading toward the playoffs, which is the Avs, and he's a big part of the reason the engine's moving the way that it is.
See if they can keep it rolling Saturday in Winnipeg. See if they can ground the Jets coming up Saturday. That's an afternoon delight, too. 2 o'clock puck drop there for your Colorado Avalanche. All right, I want to get back to the Broncos. We got an interesting theory thrown at us from the text line. I think you said you had seen that before, which I want to throw out there. And to all those folks, there's not many, but there's a small group in Broncos country and even here in the tribe that's go, man, you guys are sure complaining a lot. What's wrong with the approach that the Denver Broncos are doing in free agency? I got an answer for that coming up next.
Could another former favorite of Sean Payton be a trade option in the Broncos running back room?
If I'm the Denver Broncos and I need a security blanket, an insurance running back, because that's what you're going for now, unless you're going for a younger one that you're going to pay money to, that's why you're trading him. I'm going for Alvin Kamara because he's been a part of this system.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair. This
is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Auto auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Running a business is hard enough. Odoo makes it easier with one simple, all-in-one platform. Start today at odoo.com. ODOO.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Lacrosse faces Stetson with pregame starting at 5:30. Saturday on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Western Michigan with pregame starting at 5:30.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I was just one of Cecil's favorite jams here, Richie. Richie filling in for Cecil Lammy.
I'm a little bit older than you, but like Boys to Men, still in your wheelhouse?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said,
make love to you. No.
I mean, was my love is like a river, peaceful and deep.
Mm-hmm.
I've said it before, but like I'm at Niva Creek again, like third mention for Niva Creek today.
Shout out.
I'm at Niva Creek. Half the gym's over here with my boys. The other half of the gym's over there with the girls. And then Boys to Men comes on, and I'm like awkwardly winking at Nicole Romero to try to get her to dance with me. That's where my brain goes when we get a little Boys to Men going on.
Hey, half the battle is just envisioning in your head that it can actually happen, right? That's half the battle, and then the other half is just going out there and making it happen.
Getting the you know what to go over there and do it.
Yes, the you know what exactly. Specifically that.
You know what. Let's call out our final name for our Superfan Send-Off contest. Your chance to be in Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. This is all put together by 303 Law 4040, so big shout out to them for putting it together. What's that?
No, you're good.
If your name is Johnny Gossin, sorry if I'm butchering your name here, Johnny Gossin, you're on the clock, and you now have 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043. If you do it, Johnny, you're going to go into the running for our grand prize for the Superfan Send-Off. That's a pair of 2-night tickets to Las Vegas, or to the event in Las Vegas, round-trip airfare to Las Vegas for you and your plus one, a hotel for 2 nights, and how about $500? You need some merch, right? You need some concession money. We'll put that on a Visa gift card. That could all be yours, Johnny Gossin, if you call us back in the next 10 minutes at 303-713-1043. We want someone from the tribe to win this. Why not you, Johnny Gossin? Hit us up, man. Let's get this thing going. All right, Richie, I want to talk a little bit about the Broncos, the situation that we're in. I mentioned...
Did anything big happen later today?
No. In fact, something really small happened. Jaleel McLaughlin got brought back by the Denver Broncos. That's the story today, and it's the same old here. Oh, wow. Someone's pulling on my heartstrings here. Niva Creek had a crazy ledge that Dave Davis nose blunted a long time ago. 1, you know about the ledge. 2, you know about Dave Davis. This person... We're the same, basically. Dave Davis wanted to beat me up once at a Denver skate park get-together because of a decision I made with a lady that he wasn't very happy about.
That sounds like a very Dave Davis move.
Yeah. You know Dave Davis for real?
No.
Oh.
But I was ready to.
Yeah.
I feel like I do now.
Dave Davis was the best skater in Colorado for a very, very long time.
Really?
And if he had his stuff together, he probably would have made some decent money on skateboarding instead of trying to beat kids up that maybe hooked up with the wrong girl not knowing what was going on.
Allegedly.
Yeah, right.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. That's exactly right. Man, what a great text that was. You just made my day with that one. All right, let's talk about these Broncos in the Jaleel McLaughlin edition. All right, that's not moving the needle for me. It's not moving the needle for Richie. I don't know that it's moving the needle for anybody, to be honest. I saw a theory, and then I got a question from somebody, and then you said you had seen this. And look, I don't believe it. I think it's just a fun Friday conversation on the radio. Someone tweeted or texted in and said, maybe Sean is putting Davis Webb in the same position that he was in. All right, you want me to give up play calling duties? I'll give them up. And you're going to have the same roster, and you're literally going to run it back, and we're going to see who the best man for play calling duties is. Now, again, I like the theory. It's a fun, exercise and a conversation to have. As big of an ego as Sean Payton has, I don't even think it's that big.
No. What is
he still will do what's best for the team.
Exactly. It was training day. He's like, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. You think you're better than me? Prove it. Do it with the same group of slappies that I did, Davis Webb. No, he is not. He is not doing that. As big as Sean Payton's ego might be, I think even his ego can't overcome the potential to see the positives in maybe handing off the play calling and what it could free him up to do while keeping a talented up-and-coming coach like Davis Webb in the building and hopefully increasing his chances of making history and becoming the first coach to win a Super Bowl as the head coach of 2 different teams. So if Sean Payton's ego is big enough that he would jeopardize that just to selfishly hold on to play calling, then he probably doesn't deserve to see the top of that mountain that he's trying to climb. But I definitely don't think that conspiracy theory is the actual case.
Yeah, I don't know that I can buy that either. It's fun, but I'm not sure I'm going to go completely there. And then I mentioned it. It was one of our listeners up in NoCo that asked, and I replied and said, short answer, we'll get into it a little bit more at 1:30. That's a simple question. Hey, why are you so down on what's going on with the Denver Broncos, running it back? I have a couple of reasons for that. Running it back, when you're just keeping your feet still, the world is passing you by, and that's what's happening. The Patriots are making moves. You said it. The Ravens are going to be a whole lot better. The Bengals aren't going to be down the rate that they were down last year. The Chiefs are right back in the thick of things in the AFC. The Chargers are right back in the thick of things in your own division. There are all these teams around you that aren't keeping their feet still, and the biggest reason is the running back room. I want a tight end, too. Likely was the first name on my board. Tight end was my first target. They're clearly not going to do anything there, and all we can do is hope, and I'll knock on wood for that they do something in the draft. I believe this, and I don't think anybody can convince me otherwise. If they had a serviceable running game after J.K. Dobbins went down, RJ made it okay, but never back to what it was, they're in the Super Bowl. I'm not telling you they win the Super Bowl, but they're in the Super Bowl. And then we go, wow, they were in the Super Bowl. There's a couple little tweaks here and some developmental things that go on, and they're winning the Super Bowl. But they didn't get there. And they didn't get there because they didn't take their running back room serious enough. And now here we are on March 13th. Things can change. I reserve the right to change my opinion if a major trade like Richie suggested goes down and they were landing a guy like Breece Hall. That'd be great. I'll eat all of my words. But right now, I don't have to. They're in the run-it-back mode, and the reason they didn't go to the Super Bowl last year because they didn't have a serious enough commitment to the running back room, and now you bring back Jaleel McLaughlin, and you want me to think you have a serious commitment to the running back room? You can't fool me with that. You might get the blog boys and the team employees, but I'm not a fool, and I'm not going to buy your narrative.
Yeah, I just inherently think it's a flawed strategy, Josh. I think, and you kind of alluded to it, when you're talking about treading water or staying still, keeping your feet planted, in the context of free agency, it can be a good thing because in theory, if you've got talented players, you'd like to keep as many of them as you can. You don't want to let good, talented people walk out of the building in any profession, including professional sports. However, you also have needs and holes that have to be addressed, and they're very similar to the holes and the needs you had last offseason when you tried and failed. I was going to say swung and missed, but baseball analogies are touch and go here on this show. When you tried and failed in some aspects to address those. So if you're operating in a vacuum or by yourself, which neither of which are true, then maybe that's okay bringing back those guys. And you have a 14-3 roster if you believe it, that is the case, despite the fact that you won 11-0 in one-score games, 12 fourth-quarter comebacks, all kinds of crazy stuff, and you think you can replicate that, then sure, bring everybody back and prove that you're better at this than everybody else, the way they said they are in the combine process leading up to the Bo Nix draft. I just think it's a flawed strategy because it means that, to me, you are not utilizing every tool that you have to the best of your ability to try to make your team better. And in this case, literally, every other team in the NFL has done that in free agency.
Yes,
at
they
least
have.
tried.
Yeah, tried. And again, that's okay. We're okay with the trying. By the way, the one texter that was mad at us for saying take the bat off your shoulder a bunch, I wrote back to him, take the bat off your shoulder 100 times, just having some fun.
Like the Bart Simpson.
Yeah, exactly. And they're having some fun. The text line's for fun, guys. Don't take yourself too serious. And then they wrote back, Super Troopers, that stuff. Say it 30 times in one segment.
Listen here, Meow. Leader
Thanks
Ricola.
for being a good sport. That's fun.
Leader Ricola.
That's what it's supposed to be there on the RamosLaw.com text line. Thank you for having some fun with us and not taking it too serious. All right, Richie, let's do this. Let's go to our final segment. We're going to wrap this thing up, put a bow on it for the drive. A couple things that I want to do. Let's get set for the Avs and Jets on Saturday, the Nuggets and Lakers on Saturday evening there in Los Angeles. Before we do that, I want to announce something to you and the tribe that I'm going to do, and hopefully it can turn into something awesome. That's coming up next.
How many wins do the Rockies need to reach this year for fans to feel good about the direction of the franchise?
What's a realistic number where we're not going to lose our minds if they don't get there, but we're kind of seeing them take these steps in at least the right direction today that might lead to impact tomorrow.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Waterloo Turf Denver. Get your Saturdays back.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 104.3 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's a good music day for Kevin.
Yeah, this is good.
Chicken Fingers has had a good music day.
That's nice. Oh, it's been a minute since I heard him called Chicken Fingers.
Yeah.
Still the name, but we don't reference that here. because of the origin story.
Fair enough.
That guy sucks, you know?
Got to change Scrappy Will then.
Yeah, I always hated that anyway.
Oh, that's a good point.
I never liked that name.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can talk to Will about it. Will doesn't come off as. Do you think Will's fight guy? I don't know if Will's fight guy.
That's part of the
Oh,
name
it's
is
the joke?
facetious.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
the name is
Okay.
facetious.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll get rid of both of them then, Kev. I'm not opposed to that. All right, it's our final segment. Richie Carney's been sitting in here today for Cecil Lammy, which I appreciate. Richie, thanks for being here and kicking it with me and the tribe and pulling double duty. So really, really appreciate what you've been doing today. I want to talk about the weekend that's going on, but I did say I have this announcement. So I started the show. I'm like, man, I'm in a tough spot. I got to pay for a wedding. It's absolutely ridiculous. The cost of a wedding is the dumbest thing of all. You can literally buy another home. You could get a second home, down payment on a second home, or have a wedding for 5 hours with some people that might be your friends in 10 years.
Is the engaged man saying marriage is overrated?
She's not listening. So yeah, a little.
Hey, marriage isn't overrated. The wedding
is
Yeah.
overrated. So, with everything going on there, and our nightly routine. Now, this is how I know I'm getting old and washed. It's been about 2 years now. Well, I mean, I've been doing midday radio for like 8 years. So I have a pretty decent schedule. I'm home and we're cooking dinner and eating dinner by like 5:30 every night.
Doesn't suck.
Sometimes 6, and then we sit down. And it's like, oh, all right, Wheel of Fortune and or Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. Now Jeopardy, you guys have heard me speak. I'm not smart enough to be on that show. Wheel of Fortune, on the other hand, I do all right night in and night out.
Okay.
And then we were watching it a couple nights ago, and there was a dude on there like promoting his home business, and my lady is like, oh, imagine if you were on there, you could just promote the radio show and your social medias and everything. And I'm like, it's not a bad idea, but more important than that, I could come home with a wedding budget. The promoting would be great. I don't really care about social media that much, but like, hey, could I get on Wheel of Fortune, win a couple thousand, 10, 12, 20, and pay for my wedding? So then that leads me to go into wheeloffortune.com. I find out you have to submit a video application, which I will be doing on Sunday. Then you have to do a written submission. They will reach back out to you and set up a basic audition where you then play a wheel game on camera with them and decide whether or not you're worthy of being in the running of picked as a contestant. I'm starting this process on Sunday.
Let's go. That would be so cool. I have submitted a video application before.
Really?
For a television show.
I have as well.
It was not a game show.
Real World?
No, it was Love is Blind. It was a reality dating show when they came here. Because
I did Real World when they were in Denver.
One of my childhood best friends. He and I've been friends since kindergarten. His name is Derek, and his fiance Brianna. She does mornings at 9 News. She's I see
you guys hang out.
Yeah,
all the time.
Brianna Fernandez. Shout out Derek and Bree. They found out that Love is Blind was coming to Denver. Like, it got announced. That's so far off my radar that I did not know. I'd never seen the show.
But then they're like, we got a single friend.
Yeah, and they're like, and of course they're like, he's probably been single for too long. We can't do couple stuff with him. So how do we fix this?
Yeah.
And their solution was to take me out for a couple cold pops in downtown Denver, and then because when I'm pliable and amenable to suggestion, they're like, you should do this. You got to do this, and I'm like, screw it, let's do it.
Yeah.
And so literally there. On the spot at the bar, she films a video submission coaching me through it, and I had to answer like an 85-question questionnaire as a part of the thing about compatibility, about all this stuff. Josh, I got a call back.
Whoa.
I got a call back.
Nice.
I had to set up this producer followed me on Instagram and liked a bunch of my photos. I'm like, this is random. Who's Joy? And I do it, and she DMs me like, hey, I'm with so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'd like to set up an interview, all that stuff. So I get a call back. I have to do a FaceTime interview from California. I was visiting family, like, in my brother-in-law's backyard.
That's cool, yeah.
And I'm doing it, and they're asking me all these questions. I made it through the second round of interviews before I was finally told that there was better options available. And given who actually was on the show, I don't actually know. But I'm actually glad that I didn't go on it. I would have done it just for the story.
Yeah,
but that was that's my only callback television show experience.
See, this is a long time ago. I've been with my lady for a handful of years, but I'm probably going to say too much. It's Friday. There's a makeup artist on Love is Blind, and one of my good friends' wives is good friends with her. And it was the same thing. I was always single friend too, and she was trying to set me up with that girl, and I was into it a little bit, but the girl was, again, I could just say she's a little snobby and like stuck up. She thought she was a little better than she actually was.
It's not mean if it's true.
Right, exactly. And then now she's on it, and you like check in and you see some of the clips, and I'm like, oh, that's her. That's the girl that they were trying to set me up with. So it was, close there. And I did Real World when they came to Denver.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I'm kind of a fun guy. I've been in some fights, so there's some drama that can be there.
I'm kind of a fun guy. I've been in some fights. What's not to like?
And so I submitted. I'm like, I'd love to be on Real World Denver. And then they're like, hey, not a bad application, not a bad video submission, but we don't take people from that city. Would you be considered for our next season, which is going to be in, wherever it was?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm not interested in I need to be in Denver.
Yeah.
So that was it for me.
Yeah, I was glad that I didn't have to have the conversation with our fearless leader at the time.
Hey, can I get 3 months off?
Amanda Brown, and be like, hey, so I'm going to need to take 12 weeks off, and I can't say anything about it. Neither can you. Here's a non-disclosure agreement, and I would like to get paid if possible. Glad I didn't have to broach that subject.
Yeah, I think we know how that conversation goes at your place of work. All right, so some fun stuff. Wish me luck out there. Wheel of Fortune.
Let's
They'll
go,
see
dude.
If they accept me coming up. I'm sure it'll take a while, but I'm submitting on Sunday.
I haven't watched Wheel of Fortune on intentionally, like if it's been on somewhere I've been at, whatever, in a long time. If you make it on that show, I am locked in. I might fly out and try to be in the live audience.
That would be sick, dude.
Yeah.
That would be sick. All right.
Tribe meetup at the Studio A.
That's right. Culver City, California.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right. And now people are telling us about their wedding and fiance nonsense. It's just crazy. Expensive. 720-612. You and I are on the same page. All right. Real fast. The Rams Mountain West tournament came to an end last night. They couldn't get it done over San Diego State, who's a hell of a team. I watched that game. I was kind of going back and forth before the Avs started. I was going back and forth between Nuggets and Rammies. And there were moments where, like, the Rams are cutting it to 4, and then the Aztecs would answer. The Rams cut it to 7, and the Aztecs answer. And then in that second half, latter part of it, it was basically all San Diego State. I really like what they can be building up there at CSU. We'll see how long it takes. And now in the world of NIL, of course, you're going to have to battle it out with some other teams. But now the question is, at 20-plus wins, not the best record in the Mountain West, but have they done enough to be like a 16 team? Can they be one of those play-in teams that you play and get a chance to be the number 1 seed? I'm not quite sure. Doesn't feel like it. But depending on what else may happen, we'll see how the committee looks at the Rams.
Listen, I would love for it to happen. I would love for some of our local schools to be in the dance. That year, a handful of years ago, where you had CU and CSU both in the tournament and both looking like they could at least make some kind of impression in the first round, that's fun, man. That's the whole point of March Madness, is that it really is an upset the fruit basket. Your guess is as good as anybody's kind of situation. And so have they earned it based on merit and based on paper? I don't know. I mean, that's for the subjectivity of the bracketologists and all of that to decide. But sure, I'm pulling for them, man. Let's go.
Yeah, might as well, right? See if you can get in. If not, they would be a team. We talked about the Buffs taking an invite to one of these, NIT tournaments or something. A team like CSU, when you're young and you can still get some time together on the hardwood, I would encourage them to take that invitation and go see what you can do. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll let you know. Selection Sunday is this Sunday, so we will know by the time we're back cracking these mics on Monday afternoon. All right, Avs Afternoon Delight. Saturday, 2 o'clock up in Winnipeg. That's the only action they're going to have this weekend. Again, is Nate still angry? Does that Nas, Nate, and Marty connection continue to be hot? And is it Wedgwood? Will it be McKenzie? And we'll be watching closely to see how different it looks if it is McKenzie Blackwood.
Yeah, listen, I think, again, if you really are kind of up in the air or waffling back and forth, if you're Jared Bednar and the Avalanche about who you should start, you still have a little bit of a runway and opportunity to do it. I mean, conventional wisdom would say ride the hot hand, right? That's a very common sports thought process and procedure, and your hand can't get much hotter than Wedgwood's, to be honest with you, right now at least. But there is the factor that can't be completely ignored, that Mackenzie Blackwood's the goalie you paid to be your starter, right? And that means something, even if the performance head-to-head right now with the person who he's in front of, at least, dollars and cents-wise, is doing better than him. So I think it's going to be fascinating. I will say that I think this is a champagne problem for the Avalanche to have. I mean, how many years have we gone through where they barely had one starting caliber goaltender, let alone two?
Yeah.
Right? And Mackenzie Blackwood has done plenty in his tenure here as a member of the Avs that would make you say, you know what, that's a guy we can trust in the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
There's been evidence of the contrary, too, but that's been the case for both guys. And right now, Wedgie just seems to be more firmly in the red-hot category than Blackwood.
And it's not like, hey, I'm out on Mackenzie Blackwood. I'm just that much more higher on what Scott Wedgwood is doing right now.
Right.
And again, if we see it on Saturday, let's see what Mackenzie looks like, and maybe he can put himself back in the thick of that conversation. All right, before we get into the Nuggets, we'll talk some Nugs here on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. The Nuggets, not that Winnipeg's not a major game, but the Nuggets are going to be in L.A. on Saturday night. Primetime action, 6:30 on ABC. We'll figure out what their lineup's going to look like, who will or won't be made available. But this is a game where you could be sitting in the 5 seed, and depending on what happens here tonight, tomorrow, before or after your game, get up to as much as like close to the 3 seed or the 3 seed, depending on what happens here. So, again, we know what the Lakers bring. There are problems there. Have the Nuggets faced the Lakers healthy this year? They haven't.
I don't think so.
It would be like, all right, AG can follow around LeBron. AG can also chase around Luka and get a little bit bigger body on him. Christian, Bruce. I don't think Payton's playing tomorrow, but also options on Luka Doncic. And they don't have anybody that can guard Nikola Jokic. So I like the chances for the Nuggets tomorrow if they don't have that LA flu. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean, and I think that, yeah, I'm excited.
Well, they shouldn't get a night. They're not there, so they might get the night off Saturday in LA, depending on how the game goes.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about their chances in this game. I think they're a better team than the Lakers, and that may mean something, may mean nothing, because I think they've been a better team than teams that they've lost to in specific matchups. And vice versa. I think they've beaten teams where it's like, you know what? I don't know if they played that game 10 times if the Nuggets would win more than 5. But the Nuggets are showing all of us, and I've been happy to raise my hand and say that I had my doubts about it over the course of the season about whether or not this team still had the dog left in them, still had that championship mettle, grit, and mentality in them, despite the fact that Jamal Murray's having a career type of season this year, despite the fact that they've been hurt so often and to such a degree that it makes true evaluation hard to kind of wrap your head around. I mean, that win against the Rockets was their first win with their opening night starting lineup since mid-November. Yeah. So this really has just been a really tumultuous spin cycle kind of season for the Denver Nuggets. But their recent stretch of games, and the two most recent with Houston and San Antonio, have shown me that I think there's plenty of reason to suggest that mentality is still there, that the capability to go the distance and have the expectations that we had going into the season are still there. And I think the backstretch of this season, which has been tough for them, and this game against the Lakers is just another opportunity to go out and prove even further that it's not a fluke.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a big one just because who it is, and you're on prime time again. And I think these games that Nicola's going to get in prime time against teams like Los Angeles that have Luka and LeBron on them, you shine. You got one of those another triple doubles before the third quarter. That'd be 26 for him this year if he gets there. It just gives you a little bit more evidence for the case of MVP as well. The drive sliding in here, Zach By, Philip Lindsay. These boys are going to get you home today. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. Happy Friday to you boys.
Happy Friday.
Right.
Feeling good out here.
Feeling real good. Feeling like the Broncos are about to do something.
Oh, really?
It's gotta be, right? It's itching.
Yeah. I mean,
Quinn Miners, Jonathan Cooper. You don't do that just so that you make sure you have draft class signing space, because I don't think they were in danger of that before. Something's brewing. We just can't quite put our thumb on what exactly it is.
The Breece Hall situation today. I said to Richie, I'm like, hey, if I'm George, maybe it's not legal in the NFL world, and I'm still doing it. I'm talking to Darren Muji of like, can you get a deal done and then trade? Like, sign him. We'll take that contract over, and we'll give you a second and a third for Breece Hall. And if that doesn't go the right way, I'm doing a little tampering with his agent and going, hold out. Make them make a decision, and then let us come get you.
That would be amazing. Yeah. I mean, if the Breece Hall dream is still alive, I'm going to be doing backflips.
Does it feel like a pipe dream, though?
It does kind of feel like a pipe dream, honestly. And I don't even know, like, the mechanics of like if you can do that. If
you can trade for him while he's still on the tag, but it's going to cost you. They have the right to match it, an offer sheet type of thing. And if they decline, you have to give them 2 first-round picks.
Right, and I know. So I knew about that one, and I know that's not on the table, right? I mean, that's insane.
They could come up with a contract, get it done with Breece Hall, and then decide they want to trade him, and then you would have to take on whatever they just signed the man
so you
for his signing
trade,
bonus.
you eat the contract, and then you have to give them compensation for the player.
For sure, still.
If that is possible, and that would be rare. I mean, that's more like almost like we
That's
see
some
that
video game stuff, man. Truly.
Yeah, and like sign and trade stuff that you see sometimes in other sports. I can't remember seeing that in football, but if that is still alive, then freaking go for it. Go for it. They're planning something. You don't, because I think right now, according to Spot Rack, the Broncos are now top 10 in cap space after restructuring Quinn Miners and restructuring Jonathan Cooper.
Because everybody else spent their money.
Right.
Nobody else has money. They got players.
Pays to be the richest man in the room when everyone else has already gone to the counter.
Yes.
That's like the end of the night. I'm like, you guys don't have any money? They're all drunk, and I didn't buy any drinks all night. I'm like, I got money still.
Yeah. And to steal like the James Marilat, you don't see a Broncos jersey with a cap space on the back, for, for the name.
Yeah.
So I just find it hard to believe that the Denver Broncos were the most inactive team in free agency. Then they restructure contracts to create cap space for the sake of having cap space. I think something's coming. I think there could be a trade for Jalen Waddle. I think there could be a trade for a tight end. If there's something with a running back, like there's, is there an under the radar, like I talked about Chris Rodriguez Jr. this past week, saying that, hey, make a move for him before I knew that he was going to be not tendered. There's something coming. I just refuse to believe that this is it. I refuse to believe it. And if it is, this is going to go down as the single most disappointing offseason in the history of the Denver Broncos.
It
Full
would
stop.
be so Broncos to do it at about 5:45 on a Friday. That would fit the narrative as to what it's felt like this week.
I mean, that's when you want to do a news dump.
I was going to say, I feel like re-signing Jaleel McLaughlin feels like the thing you would want to do at 5:45 on a Friday. So it's like, all that criticism, let's just take a couple days and cool off and see what the Nuggets and the Avs do and how the news cycle resets around the NFL before you guys get to talk about that.
Yeah, that was the Miko trade. That was like 6:05 on a Friday night.
That's right. Yeah.
But I just refuse to believe that this is it. And if this is it, then every fan has the right to be critical and even blast the team. You're in a Super Bowl window.
But when they do that anyway, even if you make a move and you don't win the Super Bowl, we're going to be blasting the team.
Well, Richie asked the question earlier. I think we would all agree upon this. Are we less critical if they've tried to take a swing, at least attempted to go get somebody and miss? We kind of gave them some grace with Evan Ingram. Hey, you went and tried it. You've been searching for this joker. Didn't work, but at least you tried. Now we're in a spot where like, oh, you didn't even try?
Dre Greenlaw, same thing.
But there you go. They tried with Dre Greenlaw. That didn't work out. Now Dre Greenlaw is back with the 49ers. Hopefully it works out for him over there. I'm guessing it will. You tried with Evan Ingram. That didn't work out for the first year. Hopefully this year coming up, it could be really good for it. Oh, Evan Ingram with Davis Webb calling the plays. But we also have to remember, I mean, they did a lot of extensions. A lot. Was it 10? 10 extensions, over $200 million.
Over $400 million.
Oh, $400 million. Okay, my bad. I shortchanged them. $400 million. The reason you do that is because you don't want to have to be aggressive in the free agent market and because you have guys that you believe can help you win. And then you're coming off a 14-3 year with Bo Nix getting hurt, and we're all sitting here saying if Bo's healthy, we can go to a Super Bowl. So are we pushing for something that's honestly we don't need to push for?
No, I don't think we are, and I think it's a flawed premise in some ways to lay it out that way because you're right. The Broncos won 14 games in 17 tries, and they have a lot of talented players that, in a perfect world, you want to keep all those guys.
Yeah.
But you don't operate in a vacuum. You operate in the real world, and 31 other teams are analyzing their needs, their holes, their weaknesses, and making moves to try to address them. The Broncos are literally the only team that's not. And I think that if you think just running it back with these same talented guys is going to allow you to go out and win 14 games the same way you won 14 this past year, I think you're crazy. 12 fourth quarter comebacks, 11-0 in one-score games, 33 points here, fourth quarter, 18 points there. It is so much more likely that they regress following that strategy that they've currently employed so far than that they take a step forward and then they're playing in a Super Bowl, in my opinion.
To me, it's like you're on the doorstep. You strike while the iron is hot, and this is the exact opposite of what it is. You could be selling hope to this city and keep this buzz going about who the Broncos are on a Bo Nix rookie contract for the entire summer.
Yeah.
And Lord knows we're not going to pay attention to the Rockies. You could keep this buzz going the entire summer. And instead of that, they're like backhanding us all in the face. That's what it feels like.
Well, that's what it may feel like. We'll see. I want to wait out. I want to wait out a couple more days because I think something's coming. I really do. I think something's coming. And Richie, what you just said, I agree with. The 11-0 in one-score games. That's the NFL record. Yeah. You know, and you'll have. I've heard sports gamblers say this for years because football is so random and it's an oblong ball and it bounces this way and it helps one team, it bounces the other way, it kills that same team. And I've heard sports gamblers say, take every one possession win on your schedule and flip it to a loss. That's what you could have been. And in the Broncos' case, because their entire schedule, save for the Dallas game, the Cincy game, and there's one more where they didn't win by one possession, right? Dallas, Cincinnati.
They won by 8 against the Eagles, so that's one possession.
Was it Green Bay?
I don't think it was Green Bay.
It might have been, actually.
Was it Green Bay?
Might have been. Because we thought it was going to be the last game of the season against the Chargers, and I think that one came down to the wire, too. It might have been Green Bay. I think you're right.
So if you flip the record, flip every single one-score game, that's what, and I'm quoting professional gamblers, that's what you're capable of being the following year. And look at Kansas City.
Yep.
They were the previous record holder. They missed the playoffs this year. So the Denver Broncos had a horseshoe up their anus this year. And so the
4-leaf clover, huh?
the inactivity, it does scare me. I just refuse to believe that this is it. There's no way. But if this is the case, you know, I'm probably going to blast the team. You're in a Super Bowl window.
And that's the case. And I said earlier, reserve the right to change your opinion. If something happens over the weekend, we get back to Monday, and they have landed one of those players. All right, we adjust accordingly, but it doesn't make what this week was feel any different.
All I got to say is sometimes, all right, as a player, and I was guilty of this, and I actually messed myself up, right? Rookie year, 185 pounds, went for 1,000 yards, feeling myself. Second year, got a little bit bigger, okay, went for 1,000 yards, not as good as my rookie year. Third year, I thought I had to bulk up. I thought I had to be this big, bad running back, something that I wasn't. And I ended up getting hurt the most I've ever got hurt in my career. Sometimes we have something really good in front of us, and we just don't want to see it. And we feel like we got to make all these changes here or there other than just a couple things here or there that come along. And I think that we want something big when in reality, 14-3 with everybody coming back and a quarterback that if he can stay healthy and grow and continue to develop in the right direction, maybe in JK, maybe that's all we need. It's just those two. We can see. He's ready to slap me. He's like,
wishful thinking.
I'm nervous, but I refuse to believe this is it. And I think we could hear something while we're on the air here today.
I hope we do.
Truly. You guys have a great weekend.
For your guys' sake, I hope you do too, because we'll do the same show for the next 3 days. Last 3 days, not fun.
It was this time last Friday, literally this segment, 1 week ago, Nazem Kadri got traded to the
Bang.
Avs. And so maybe
you guys are the good luck charm.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. We'll keep you abreast of any breaking news throughout the afternoon. The Nuggets turned in a top 5 win of the season last night. Are we starting to believe again? That's next.
With the Broncos still needing to find improvement on offense, is there a particular position that moves to the top of the list?
Top of the list for the draft is trying to unearth that guy, that tight end, that in theory can do both. And I know they're hard to find, and I know this is a thin tight end market.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, gentlemen, what's going on? Philip Lizzie here. And guys, it's Friday. And you know what Friday is? It's a time for you to get close to your significant other. Maybe make a little love tonight. You know what I'm talking about? But here's the thing. For the guys out there that want to do it but can't, but they don't really want to go get the help, yeah, I'm talking to you right now. Guys, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, then you need to go see my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ASAP. Because ED is an intimacy destroyer, and research out there shows that men can draw away from their partners when ED affects their sex life. The conditions can cause stress, anxiety, depression, and even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves when ED becomes a problem, and nobody's partner should be blaming themselves. This is on you. So go see my guys at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of their treatments can have you lasting an hour or even more. All you have to do is schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit when you do that is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And here's the thing, gentlemen, if that test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They also have 5 locations out there to serve you as well, so there are no excuses. Go get treated. You could go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You live in Colorado, you love those mountain views. Well, you want to maximize your window space, your glass space, and you could do that with custom windows. WindowNation.com. WindowNation.com, they're there for you with over 1,500 styles and colors to choose from. And in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles right now at WindowNation.com. You can go out there, get your windows done, and enjoy that beautiful Colorado scenery. It's WindowNation.com. Visit WindowNation.com for your free consultation today.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammey and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate, intelligent, and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another tape. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Friday, March 13th,